out as the CIP. We will hear from each county agency about their projected facility and infrastructure needs, with particular focus on the next 5 years. The CIP underpins our justification to the community who has to authorize the county to borrow money. The CIP also demonstrates to the bond market that we are thoughtful in our planning to meet our new facility and infrastructure construction needs, as well as to maintain and repair our existing buildings and infrastructure. Ultimately, the CIP plays an important role in helping to justify and secure as low an interest rate as possible when we do borrow money. Commissioner Sargent, who is the chair of the Commission's CIP committee, will convene the workshop this evening and the associated public hearing. First, however, we will conduct Commission business. And first up is Commission ratification of my appointments to our respective standing and special committees. And I recognize Commissioner Sargent for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As set forth in Article 5 of the Planning Commission bylaws, committee appointments are conducted each year, subject to approval by a majority vote of the Commission membership. Chairman Nijelski Eichner circulated the proposed list of appointments yesterday based on the preferences submitted by each commissioner. Therefore, I move that the Planning Commission approve the list of committee appointments as set forth in the Chairman's memorandum dated February 28, 2023, and also with one revision of adding Commissioner Spain as a regular member of the Housing Committee. As noted in the memorandum, next week on March 8th, each Planning Commission committee will meet together in this auditorium starting at 6:30 p.m. to consecutively constitute the committee and elect a chair and, if applicable, a vice chair. It is so moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Murphy. Is there any discussion of the motion? Commissioner Ohlfelder.
Yeah, you mentioned we're going to convene next week at 6:30
Next week will be 6:30.
instead of 7:30.
That's correct. In my memorandum of February 28th, I noted that the committee will meet together in this auditorium at 6:30 to consecutively constitute each committee and elect the chair and, if applicable, a vice chair, respectively. So the idea is that rather than wait for a committee to be constituted when a particular need arises, we're going to constitute all committees at one time and the process of that is it's a little bit laborious, but it will be, a committee will be convened, it will be constituted, and then there will be nominations from each committee for the chair and vice chair. Commissioner Murphy is going to, Commissioner Sargent is going to handle that process, and basically we'll work through each committee until all committees are constituted and have chairs.
I understand the process, and I'm going to be okay with it. I understand the process, and I'm okay with it. We have to do it at a regular meeting, and what you're doing is you're convening next Wednesday's regular meeting at 6:30 instead of 7:30, yes, so that we can spend an hour or however much time it takes to handle this committee, to convene the committees, and to go through and elect the chair and vice chair for the committees, as before we then start regular commission business at 7:30.
Yes.
So that people who are scheduled to come and speak, or who present, or who have applications being heard next week, understand they don't have to be here at 6:30. They just have to be here at the regular time of 7:30.
Yes, and I'm projecting that this process of convening the committees and so on will take about an hour's time.
Yeah, and that I understand that, and if it doesn't, we can recess until 7:30 and start the regular meeting at 7:30.
Yes, very good. Yeah, thank you for that, taking that opportunity to clarify. Are there any other questions about that next step? So we have the committees that are now established, and next week we'll constitute them and establish and vote on the leadership for each committee. Any questions in that regard? All right, so is there any other commission business?
We have to vote on the motion.
Oh, we haven't,
Yeah, we have a motion to,
all right, so it's been moved and it was seconded by Commissioner Murphy, moved by Commissioner Sargent, seconded by Commissioner Murphy. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? That motion passes. Thank you, everybody. And I'll turn it now over to, unless there's any other commission business. Seeing no other commission business, then I'll turn it over to Commissioner Sargent to conduct the CIP workshop and public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Fairfax County Planning Commission is honored to provide one of the venues for public review and input regarding the county's capital improvement program. The complexity of planning and budgeting for current and future infrastructure is no small feat. That is why we very much appreciate the presentations we will hear this evening from representative of Fairfax County government as well as Fairfax County schools. We do not place a time limit on speakers. In my review of last year's CIP meeting, the average time for presentations was between 10 and 20 minutes, some shorter, some longer. Average time period for questions and answers, about 10 to 20 minutes, once again, some shorter and some longer. Needless to say, there is a tremendous amount of information to consider. That is why we appreciate the additional meeting opportunities, including the Planning Commission's CIP committee meeting on March 16th and the Commission's CIP markup on March 29th, as well as the Board of Supervisors public hearings scheduled for April and the Board's markup and CIP adoption in May. I direct your attention to the schedule of meetings that appear in Martha Reed's opening presentation this evening. It highlights all the opportunities for additional public review and input. We have 10 presentations scheduled for this evening. Each presentation is followed by questions from planning commissioners. I will plan to call a 10-minute recess about halfway through this evening's presentation, so we can go ahead and get started. I'd like to begin with the CIP overview by Martha Reed.
Good evening. My name is Martha Reed. I'm the Division Director in the Department of Management and Budget over capital projects. And with me tonight is Amy Simon from my office and our Department of Public Works and Environmental Services partners, Dennis Holder, Vishali Oak, Allison Terzini, and Martha Sansaver. And in addition, Salem Bush, who was not able to be here tonight, is a part of our core group. We work together with the agencies to develop the CIP and with county leadership. And each year, we go through a process beginning in the fall. We start our discussions with agencies about their CIP plans. We keep in mind the recommendations of the Joint County School Board, County Board School Board Joint CIP Committee, which we'll talk a little bit more about. We develop our rates for self-supporting funds as part of the annual process. So those are the capital programs associated with the stormwater, wastewater, and solid waste programs. We develop a general fund supported capital program as part of the annual budget process. And then we develop our bond referendum plan, which is based on the joint CIP committee recommendations and our adherence to the 10 principles of sound financial management. So just a reminder that the Joint County Schools CIP Committee developed some recommendations, and those were approved by the Board of Supervisors in December of 2021. The major recommendations from that group were a gradual increase in general obligation bond sale limits. They were previously $300 million a year, and they have moved that to $400 million. That's a gradual increase over time, so it's meant to increase by $50 million, which was the sale this year in January of 2023. So we increased our sales by $50 million this January. That was split evenly between the county and the schools. And then the second $50 million is meant to be in January 2025. So it's a gradual increase to get to that $400 million general obligation bond sale limit. The group also recommended the dedication of the value of 1 penny on the real estate tax to capital investment. We have not been able to reach that fully. That was intended to offset debt service increases that are associated with the increase in the bond sales, as well as provide some additional funding for infrastructure. I'll talk a little bit more about what's in the FY24 budget in terms of capital pay down. And then the last major recommendation was to increase the capital sinking fund, which is generated at year end and was based on 20% of balances. It has been increased to 30% of balances, and schools has been included in that allocation. The first time that we implemented that change was this past July as part of the FY22 carryover review. So our bond referendum plan is really where the majority of our CIP projects are financed. This plan lays out each project and when it is scheduled to go to referendum. We have been experiencing some challenges in our bond program. We have a series of bonds that have become backlogged. Basically, this is due to a lot of different things converging at the same time. We do have a limit on how long we can sell bonds. That's 8 years from the time of voter referendum, with a possible 2-year extension. In order to get that extension, we need to go to the courts and petition for that 2 years. We have restrictions, like I said, on the amount of bonds that we can sell every year. We have had changes in some of our project scopes that have delayed projects. We've had increased metro requirements that have kind of eaten into our capacity, and we've had some project delays associated with co-location projects, supply chain issues, inflation, and then generally when COVID hit, things really slowed down. So this year, in looking at the construction bids that are being received by the county, we are experiencing inflation and escalation on our projects. So going forward into the future, we included a 10% or 12% inflationary factor on future building projects. So 10% in the first set of projects, and then as we go out into further years, we applied a 12% factor. We also looked at our referendum plan and wanted to smooth out the amounts. We had some spikes in certain years, so we wanted to smooth that out. We made a few changes, and I'll go over those in detail with you. And we did address an issue that we heard a lot from the community about, which was the park authorities scheduled bond referendum. Page 5. Sorry. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. In FY23, as part of the CIP, we had recommended that the 24 referendum for parks be shifted to 26. That was based on all of our referendum being shifted to out 2 years and to a 6-year plan. So all of the program areas experienced that shift. However, we did not have a good planning figure for the parks referendum, and we included $100 million like we had in many other years. But because we were going to a 6-year plan, really should have been $150 million. We also knew we needed to go back and figure out how much the parks really needed and to right-size their bond based on various rec centers that they had coming up for renovation. So in working with them, we landed on an amount of $180 million, which would be about $30 million a year over the 6-year period. It represents about a 20% increase for parks over the previous cycle. Some of the other specific changes that we made to the referendum plan include the Tyson's Fire Station, which was planned to be funded by proffers. Some of that proffer money has come in and been able to fund the design for the fire station, but we don't have enough of the proffers to move forward with construction. So we've included that in the bond program, and as those proffers come in, they can help offset those costs. In order to do that, we had to move a couple of facilities out to 2030 from the 2024 referendum, the Chantilly Fire Station and the Wellfit facility. In addition, the police department was looking at a revised plan for their criminal justice academy. So we added that to the 24 referendum and moved the Tyson's Police Station to 2030. And then Chantilly Library was moved from 26 to 32, and transportation for roads was moved from 26 to 28. So all of those movements were discussed with agencies. it was really a shifting of priorities, so higher priority projects could move forward and lower priority projects got moved out. So on page, what page? 7, this is our bond referendum plan. So you can see we go to referendum for the schools every other year, and then county starting in fall of '24. And you can see that we kind of smoothed out the amount. So we're at 348 and 349, generally the same amount for our county referendum. We do have other financing mechanisms that we often use. So our general obligation bond financing can be challenging when we enter into an agreement with a developer, some of our public-private partnerships, if we're doing co-locations, if there's a lease involved, or there's some kind of timing aspect to the project, then we often look at other financing mechanisms. Those financings are usually to support very complex projects, and they do count against our debt ratios, but they don't count against the $400 million general obligation bond sale limit. So some examples of those are the original Mount Vernon High School project, which will be supported by Fairfax County Redevelopment and Housing Authority bonds. We're using that mechanism in order to receive revenues from the sale of state historic tax credits. Those bonds are expected to be sold in late FY23 or early '24. We have another project coming up, the Tysons Community Center, which is associated with the Tysons Dominion Square development, and it's in partnership with affordable housing. And we anticipate using EDA bonds to support that project in FY24. And then we have some other larger future projects, the Judicial Center and the Ruston Town Center North redevelopment projects that we anticipate using other financing methodologies for. So in talking about our links to debt policies and the 10 principles of sound financial management, there are several debt ratios that we are cognizant of when we create the CIP. One is that debt should be below 3% of our market value of land and property in the county. Currently, that's at 1.02%. So we're well below that ratio. The next one is 10% of debt to general fund disbursements. We're currently at 6.97, so again, below the 10%. We do have a limit on the bonds, as I spoke about. This January, the limit was $350 million, and we sold $145 million for the county and $205 million for schools. And our next sale in January 25 is the next time we'll increase to the $400 million, and we will sell $170 million for county and $230 for schools. All of our ratios we're in line with. We'd stay below our limits for bond sales, but we also have to consider the affordability of the debt. So that is a big key factor in what we're looking at when we develop our CIP. We did have a bond sale this January, and we received an interest rate of 2.98%, a little bit up from what we were able to achieve last year at this time when we were at 1.75. That was the lowest interest rate I think that the county had ever received. But our interest rates are well below the bond buyer index, which was at 3.33% when we sold bonds. So that's the average of bond sales. And just a quick note on some of the capital programs that are supported by their own funds. This year's budget includes no rate increase for the stormwater tax. That will stay the same, but because of the increase in the real estate values, that fund will receive about $6.4 million in additional revenue. Our wastewater rates and our solid waste rates are listed here. Those are in line with their 5-year plan, and you can see there's slight increases in some of those rates. Our capital program is fairly consistent with last year's program at about $26 million. There's a couple of increases included. One is for maintenance that was previously supported by the Office of Sheriff's Community Labor Force. They have been disbanded, and the county is having to pick up some of that maintenance contract costs. We have a little bit of money in for the athletic field maintenance associated with the opening of Patriot Park North, which I understand is to open in March, and a little bit of funding for Park Authority's forestry operations. Based on our resource constraints, the equivalent of 1 penny on the real estate tax was not included for pay down. Some of that offsets the debt that we're experiencing by increasing our bond sales, but we are consistent with last year in a $5 million split between the county and schools. So each county and schools received $2.5 million for additional infrastructure projects. And for several years now, we have supplemented our annual program with quarterly review funding. So one-time funding that is available at the end of the year or at our third quarter review is available for capital projects. And it makes sense because it's one-time funding for one-time projects. And we have our sinking fund that supplements the program. The sinking fund was created back in 2014. So that's been underway for a while now. It is now populated based on 30% of year-end balances, and to date, over $127 million has been set aside for capital reinvestment. The breakdown is about 45% goes to our facilities management department. That's for replacement of roofs and HVACs and building infrastructure. 25% goes to schools now, 15% for parks, 7% to reinvest in our walkways, 5% for county-owned road investment, and then 3% for revitalization area improvements. We are working on some co-location projects. This is a great way to maximize limited space and locate complementary programs together. It can reduce our reliance on lease space and address gaps in service delivery and improve efficiencies. Underway, we have the original Mount Vernon High School redevelopment, the Kingstown complex, and the wastewater stormwater facility. And then some of the plans for the future include the Tysons Community Center, which will be located with affordable housing, Judicial Center complex, Reston Town Center North, and our Pendaw Fire Station and housing project. We have developed a county task force, mostly the people behind me here, who are reviewing all of the projects that are underway or coming in the future and looking for opportunities where we might co-locate complementary programs. And then these are the dates coming up for the CIP. Our workshop is tonight. We do have a board committee meeting on March 14th. The CIP will be discussed with the Board of Supervisors at that meeting. We'll meet again on March 16th in committee, and then you guys will mark up the CIP on March 29th. After that, the board will hear public hearings on April 11th, 12th, and 13th, and the CIP will be adopted on May 2nd. So I can answer any questions that you might have. If I can't answer something tonight, we'll certainly get back to you by the 16th.
Martha, thank you very much. And just to note on the display of the next steps and the CIP dates, the link you can find on the county website for more information regarding the capital improvement program. So appreciate having all that information. And that highlights the point I made earlier, that there is a lot of opportunity along the way for public review and input as you move forward, not only with the Planning Commission, but with the Board of Supervisors. And with that, I think we can open it for questions from the Planning Commission, from board members here. Flavien, go ahead. Are there any questions? Go ahead. Commissioner Carter?
Just one question. It's an inquiry. I had the opportunity to go to a meeting last week about the Build Back Better monies. And the District of Columbia has, I think it's $3.3 billion devoted to the district. And they have a very organized approach. They've started with identifying a whole series of projects, putting in priorities. I wonder if we are doing something. I'm not sure what it would affect the CIP this year, but it might in out years, and it's quite a lot of dollars going to many of these jurisdictions. Is that a possibility? Think about some of these things?
Yeah, I think so. Let me get you some more information on it.
Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Elfelder?
I just want to make an observation as we go through this evening's workshop and then the hearing is that, and hopefully there are people at home who are watching, normally we don't get residents showing up to speak at our hearings and workshop. And many years ago, I did, along with a member of the library board, in connection with a question about deferral of the funding for the Great Falls Library. And it had an impact, and we were able to work with the supervisor to avoid what I felt was an unreasonable delay in proceeding with that project. But I'm afraid that a lot of people don't realize that they can come here and or they can call in or whatever, they can speak to us, and if they have the opportunity to look at the CIP and they have a pet project, for example, that they feel is not getting what it deserves, there is an opportunity to come here to speak and to tell us why they think that what is being proposed in the CIP is not kosher, and that they would like to see some different outcome. And I'm just raising this now. I mean, I don't think it's going to have any effect this evening unless people call in. But I think that in the future, I just want to make sure that we do an adequate job of letting people know that they can take a look at the CIP. Everything's online. It's very transparent. And that if they have an issue, that they can discuss that with us. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Commissioner Olfelder? Chairman Olfelder?
Pardon?
I mean, Chairman Nijelski-Eichner, sorry.
Thank you.
I just had a couple of questions, and this follows, Ms. Reed, from our conversation at the committee meeting the other evening. So the 6-year bond referendum changing from 4 years, that affects the park authority. Does it affect the other agencies that are on the traditional 4-year cycle, like
Yeah.
the library? And what agencies are all affected by that change?
So that change was implemented last year, and it would include the libraries, human services, public safety, parks. That might be it. That's the bulk of the program. The rest of the program is Metro, which we really couldn't spread out anymore. And we do have, well, obviously schools,
Sure.
yeah. So.
What I wanted to zero in on is, and I acknowledged the other evening that I wasn't aware that this was a permanent change. I thought it was an interim change to allow for us to, or for the agencies to kind of catch up, and then it would revert back to a 4-year cycle. And now I understand that it's a permanent change to a 6-year cycle, and I wonder if that's prospectively the best avenue for these agencies. I think the rationale for a 6-year cycle or a 6-year referendum is solid because of the backlog of unexpended bond resources for construction. But there are multiple reasons for that, multiple possible reasons for that backlog. And if an agency was able to speed up their program and whatever those barriers are that have prevented them from achieving their intended construction program within the 4-year cycle, whatever those barriers were, if they could be fixed, why wouldn't we want them back into a 4-year cycle?
Yeah, and that's a fair question. You know, the CIP really is just a plan. We look at it every single year. So this year, we shifted some things. Last year, we shifted a lot. And it's not to say that that's carved in stone. If we find that we need to do a referendum earlier, we can move it up, as long as we can afford to do that. So we do look at it every year. So for the time being, we are suggesting the 6-year plan, but it doesn't mean that it could never change.
Right. Well, but we know that once we're in that cycle in a more permanent way, that has a kind of the impact of spreading out projects in a substantial way, and hard to bring those back into a 4-year cycle. Frankly, I'm just concerned about that, and I may speak to this in a follow-on motion, because I'm uncomfortable with moving to that type of a cycle, given the demands that I think are going to continue to exist. And if it's a matter of project management or construction management as the barrier to getting those projects accomplished within that 4-year cycle, then why aren't we zeroing in on that as the change that needs to take place, as opposed to extending out these construction? That was my first point. And the other just question I had is, one of the hallmarks of our program, and I give you and your staff a lot of credit for this, is our ability to achieve this AAA bond rating, because we adhere to the different principles that you specify, and I admire that, and I fully support that. This year, we hit a 2.98% rate, which was up from 1.75%, which is the lowest apparently that we've had. But then when you reference this bond buyer's index of 3.3%, is that in relation to the 1.75% or in relation to the 2.98%?
That's in relation to the 2.98. So at the time that we entered the bond market this January and received our 2.98, the average, so that's what the bond buyer index is. It's saying what the average entity received in interest rate. So the average was 3.3. We received lower because we are AAA, and so we got the 2.98.
And that differential between the 2.98% and the 3.3%, is that about the same as the differential that would have existed between the 1.75 and the bond index for that particular year?
I'll have to go back and check and
If
see
you would
what
look
the
at that,
bond
I'd just
buyer index was. Yeah.
I'd just be interested in that, whether that gap is closing for some reason, or is it's widening.
Yeah, I can definitely find
I
out.
think, and it affects kind of how we talk to the community about the value of this, the discipline that we exercise in our fiscal program.
Yes.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
All righty. Commissioner Cortina?
Thank you. Since we're talking about our committee meeting, again, with the Park Authority, having been on the board and having been the chair of the Budget Committee for the Park Authority, I knew the kinds of constraints that they're under and the backlog of facilities. And so that's really why I think I raised the Park Authority in particular, because I have more, knowledge and background of it, but also knowing the backlog. And so while moving to a 6-year bond cycle might be prudent in the short term to get the bonds down, how it affected that particular agency, which I really don't believe is similarly situated to the rest of the departments or the schools. Perhaps they're more similar to some of the older school facilities. And a few years back, when we had the task force to try to solve some of the older schools and how to bring them up to speed so we could just get ahead of the curve, or at least, catch up, I felt that the Park Authority needed a similar look. And so I raised it again this year. And I think at this point, we just wait and see. We'll listen to everybody's presentations, but it still remains a concern at this point, understanding their backlog. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? I had one I just wanted to ask, and it's related to the change in the bond referendum plan. You've referenced in the presentation 10 to 12% inflationary factors for escalation in construction bids. That's been added to future building projects. How consistent is that? Would you say? And maybe if I'm getting ahead, we can certainly wait for somebody else. But how consistent is that? And I'm wondering, is there a difference between private sector and government sector spending on these issues. Uh-oh. Stump the panel, $5. That's okay.
So,
I mean, I'm not opposing the 10 to
Yeah.
12% inflation.
so the 10 to 12% is just based on what we know of projects that are currently coming in over bid in construction. So instead of being in a situation like what we are now, where we have a certain amount for a project and it's costing us a lot more. So the board has been able to approve an escalation reserve for us in general fund money to help offset some of those increases in our bids. But instead of being in that position again, we wanted to, looking forward to at least apply what we think is going to be needed in the future on our project. So increasing all of their total project estimates by 10 to 12%, we felt like this is a reasonable future planning process. So.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much.
I have one more question.
One more question from Chairman Nijelski.
Yeah, thank you. Just quickly, I meant to ask this earlier. So, we've been promoting over the last few years the co-location concept, and there's I think we would all agree there's some admirable projects that have been executed by the staff to realize co-location, and the question I'm asking is there's clearly programmatic benefits to co-location for the community. The single location for multiple services. I think we all like that idea. But in a fiscal context, I know that it's more time-consuming, more difficult for disparate agencies to get themselves coordinated together to do a construction at a common location. One of the benefits of co-location is that it's often done on county-owned property, or perhaps it's always been done on county-owned property. And so there's perhaps a savings involved in that context. In your judgment, are you finding that there are cost benefits to be realized, aside from the programmatic benefit, but just the cost benefit to be realized by the co-location, given our experience now?
And we certainly have, in terms of one of our recent projects at Lorton, the Lorton Community Center and Library. The last time I think we looked at it, it was about $1 million in savings in terms of shared space. So you don't have to have two lobbies, and you can share some of the common area. So, we're kind of tracking that as best we can when we enter into these co-locations. It's not always easy because, you have to think about each component, what it would have cost by itself when you're already planned it to be together. But we are trying to track that, but we have been seeing savings in terms of efficiencies in this space.
Does that account for, or have in your monitoring of the costs, are we monitoring what the alternative would be if we were to do a facility on a property that we had to purchase? In other words, there's a benefit to be realized by doing it on county-owned property, obviously. And co-location means that we have fewer county-owned properties that are taken up by our facility. So,
Right. And that's a good point. We haven't, because we have been doing them on county-owned property. So we're only kind of looking at if we built these two facilities separately, how much it would have cost. And then when we put them together, how much did it cost? But you're right. If we were to have to purchase land, then it would be a lot more expensive.
and that's one of and the question then is, do we have scarcity of our own land now that's going to impact our ability to do these facilities more cost effectively? Thanks, Mr. Chairman. That's all.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing and hearing none. Martha, thank you very much. Appreciate the opening introductions and comments. Very helpful. Our next presentation is Jessica Hudson regarding the Fairfax County Public Library System. And this is obviously not Jessica Hudson.
No, I can be Jessica. Hey, I'm Kevin Osborne. I'm Jessica's deputy director. She has taken ill. She regrets not being able to be here. And let's see if I know how to do this.
Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
It's my pleasure. Are you ready?
Yes.
Yes.
Ready.
So I get to debut for you all our brand new mission statement and guiding principles. We just finalized our strategic plan with our board. So the mission of the library is to actively build community, further literacy, and promote freedom of access and expression through programming, community spaces, technology, and collections of educational and recreational resources. So that's what the library does, and we take it very seriously. Our mission is not particularly different than it was in the previous 5 years, but we wanted to refine things. And our principles are, they continue to be community-focused, service-focused, innovation, intellectual freedom, equity of access, stewardship, accountability, and diversity and inclusion. So we take a strategic approach to identifying service gaps, and we use that information to help us decide where we want to do improvements. We work with our partners for the proffer process. We factor in demographic data, physical growth of buildings and spaces, population increases. We pay attention to all of that to determine where we need to allocate our resources and our plans. So we have several current projects going. I was there for the unveiling and like the ribbon cutting at the Lord Community Library. It is fantastic. We've got the groundbreaking for Kingstown right around the corner and a bunch of projects ready to rock. So we're very excited about those. So for the 2026 bond referendum, our top priorities are Centerville Regional Library, Kings Park Community Library, the Herndon Ford Knightley Community Library in the town, and then we will talk about, as mentioned before, Chantilly getting pushed to the 2031. So Centerville Regional Library out west, constructed in 1991. So the goal is a renovation of the existing facility to address infrastructure, electrical, mechanical systems, everything that you would expect that needs attention over that course of time, as well as a renovation of the interior to consider sight lines, service models, updated technology, and security protocols. The Kings Park Community Library over in Burke, originally constructed in '71, renovated again in the early '90s, and now we're talking about renovating again. Again, an existing facility renovation. We have a very diverse community, and that for a community library, it is incredibly busy. So when we do our renovations to the space, we want to think forward about the technology needs of the community, the information needs of the community, and the access. Also, on the topic of co-location, it shares the facility with Supervisor Walkinshaw's office. So as we consider the renovation, we need to make sure that there is no impediment to access or use of the supervisor's office. Herndon Fort Knightley Community Library, if you've ever been there, is a stunning building. It's 2 stories with entries on the top and on the bottom. So again, constructed in '95, so mechanical, power access, updated to technology, all of those things need to be done. But because of the, as they said here, bifurcated nature, there's a spiral staircase that goes through the center column of the building up to the cupola, which is absolutely beautiful. But in terms of operations, lines of sight are difficult, and while we have a new maker space going in downstairs, it makes difficult staffing. So part of the renovation would be to solve that and make it a better service model for the community. So Chantilly Regional, constructed in '93, this is the one that moved to the 2031 bond referendum. So, and Chantilly is the one that got moved because it is holding up fantastically well. Testament to our FMD colleagues. So the roof in particular needs renovation, and the facility itself needs some aesthetic updating, as well as the ongoing HVAC, mechanical, electrical issues that need attention over time. It is worth pointing out that connected to this facility in the back is a library division called Technical Operations, which is the receiving and supply side of the library. So the catalogers, the people actually physically receive the books, they then get distributed out to the system. They work out of that facility as well. There's discussions to maybe co-locate even further with affordable housing, and we're excited to see how that might pan out. So beyond 2031, there has been discussion of an emerging need for a library in the Tysons area. We already have a branch called Tysons, but this is more of the skyscrapery, the borough Tysons. As we've seen massive population expansion in that area, not to mention physical construction, there's been discussion of perhaps a library there. And then also in the neighborhood known as Mosaic. We assess the demographics, as we said. Another consideration we try to factor in is that if a person needs to travel within the county by vehicle or public transportation or by foot, how long would it take them to get to their closest library? And these are the things we try to consider as we move forward. And I'm not Jessica, I'm Kevin.
Thank you. Questions? Commissioner Cortina?
Thank you. 2 questions. First, in the Mosaic District, you know, there are some spaces that are empty, not leased. And do you consider going into existing areas rather than building your own?
I can't really speak to that. I know that occupation of like a leasable facility is something that's been discussed for other locations, but I think that's so far out that that hasn't been discussed. I would have to get back to you on that one.
I know when Burke Center was built, they had a small library there. It was a round thing, and it was just next to the Safeway. And it burned down many, many years ago, and then eventually a new library was put in Burke. But I think it's a good way to get your foot in the door in certain areas without making a gigantic, footprint. So that's one suggestion. The other is the mission statement, the recreation. Can you explain? I don't
Sure.
follow.
So when we say collections of educational and recreational resources, books primarily is what we supply people. But part of the mission of the library is to supply people with opportunities to learn and to engage in new literacies that are not purely academic. Reading should be joyful for children and for adults. And so when we say recreational materials, be that your favorite mystery or your favorite picture book.
So reading as a recreation as opposed to soccer or something.
No soccer yet.
Yeah, I found that a little bit confusing in your
Yes,
mission
so
statement.
the idea there is to communicate that, yes, the recreational reading and recreational use of the library is a service we provide.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Altfelder?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a quick question. What is the usage right now in the Fairfax County Public Libraries?
Circulation
Yeah,
statistics?
circulation and people using the libraries, is it going up? Is it steady or what?
The last full fiscal year count we have was from fiscal year 2022. We had over 10 million circulations and 2.5 million digital circulations. Obviously, through the pandemic, foot traffic was way down, but it is up. We have digital door counters in most of our locations so we can track entry, and it is high.
Okay, but you also have other things, like you have audio books and things like that, so people can sit at home and download and
Yes.
check out various things that the library carries. So there are other ways that people can interact with the library without ever going through the door as well.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lagon, do you have a question?
Just a point of clarification about the recreation. I thought that was a little funny. The way I view libraries is a little bit more, though, than just places where people read. I mean, they serve an essential role as a safe location, a familiar location for kids primarily, and especially kids whose parents may or may not be in the house for the majority of the day because they're at work or so forth. So I certainly see that in our neck of the woods. I'd say that's probably a point worth emphasizing on your materials in the future, though. It's a sort of a critical linchpin that the libraries serve. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner, Chairman Yudowski.
Thank you. A couple questions. Specific to just the mission statement and the future looking of the library, I was struck by the technology being kind of embedded within a lot of other parts of your mission. And so I heard the circulation numbers 10 million, and then the circulation for just the audio, for example, was 2.5 million. So is it your understanding then that, and from a standpoint of availability of technology to allow for people to either download for reading purposes or for audio purposes, that's not changed, or not, that's not not going to impact your sense of what your facility requirements will be?
We are constantly assessing the way technology changes and how we need to adapt to make sure we're best meeting customer needs. I think we all remember when, you know, the cassette tape was going to kill the record or whatever. So while we do see increased usage in digital materials, we still have to consider the digital divide within the community and the access to the physical devices to access the materials, as well as high-speed internet. We have computer labs in all of our branches, but we're also expanding into Chromebook programs where people can check out the actual hardware and the hotspot to take home with them. And then, you know, people who have a mobile device, they can hop on the Wi-Fi anywhere and access our materials for free from anywhere also. So if they can't physically get to us, they can access our electronic books. All of that said, we find that there's not like there's not two kinds of library users. There's not like the book user and the digital user. Most users are both. And so as we assess our physical spaces, the desire for physical materials is not going to go away. The desire to access a computer lab might change. What that computer lab is and does may change. It may be a tech lab. It might be a virtual reality headset in 10 years. We don't really know. That's why we're constantly staying on top of emerging technology to see where it fits in with what the community needs from us. Good. That's very helpful. It's a good segue for me to ask my second question, and that's related to Tyson's. Our practice, particularly in urban centers like Tyson's, Reston, is that we kind of wait for proffers that come forward as a basis for putting in place the services that we need in an urban center. I'm personally, philosophically, absolutely believe in the impact of a library on the sense of community that an urban center, but to be successful, has to have. And so I'm struck by, at this point in time, that we really don't have a strong sense of where we have nibbles, bites, but we don't have a strong county commitment to a library in the center of this urban, growing very quickly urban center. And I just wonder what the library's perspective is about the future of a future location in Tyson's, and whether there is sufficient demand for potential services that would warrant more of a county investment through the bond program than solely reliant upon proffers. Sure. So the library is excited to serve any and all comers. But of course, the process by which new buildings are determined to be created, lots of partner agencies are involved, and it's a constantly changing sea of financing and population density. And as I'm sure everyone's aware, Fairfax is rapidly urbanizing almost everywhere. So the library is enthusiastic about serving the community wherever we have the opportunity to. And I embrace that, and I value the fact that you're motivated that way. I'm also of the belief that it needs some oomph to happen sometimes, and even when we know that the demand would be there if we had the public facility in place. So that's the end of my sitting on my high horse on that issue. But I would like to see more tangible consideration of a library, a meaningful library. And I really do respect Commissioner Cortina's position on leasing space in Mosaic, but there's also
in this concept of place, a library. This is, I think, Commissioner Logano was speaking to, a place for people to gather, either individually or collectively. It's part of the urban experience, and if we don't have that in Tysons, we're not going to be, we're not going to have it. It's not going to be an urban center. Thanks.
Any other questions? I'll just conclude by saying, as one who recently renewed his library card, I had the wonderful joy with a librarian of sharing that aha moment. It's welcome back, and this place is great. And I'm not going to tell you which district because it's more than one, but I did experience a sense of place and see students studying and people, adults using the laptops and computers, and the librarian who explained all about how I can hook up a Kindle and other Chromebook type devices, and just the overwhelming availability of a variety of materials. So keep it up.
Thank you. That is wonderful to hear.
And on all these comments too. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is with Battalion Fire Chief Brian Edmonston, please.
Good evening. How are you guys? I'm Brian. I sit in the executive officer in the Office of the Fire Chief. I'm joined with our planning section tonight. Lori Stone is unable to make it, regrettably, but Kirsten Steiner is here to back me up on anything we guys might have. So if I'm talking a little loud or the mic's in the wrong place, just let me know. Here to present to you tonight on capital projects. As you guys know, we appreciate your service back to us and supporting our mission and goals and achieving those objectives out there in the field today. The Fire and Rescue Department has three goals that we want to identify. Some of those are ensuring the facilities accommodate a diverse workforce. We continuously work to achieve this goal by creating general neutral living spaces, and this holds true for current in-design and projects in future design. Number two, ensure FRD facilities have capacity to add first responder services, such as apparatus or demands placed upon that. You hear about Tysons and the urbanization of the county. We're well aware of that too, and constantly evaluating that piece. We want to modernize our facilities, improve response times as mentioned. We're using different technologies to do that, along with our resources, apparatus, personnel deployment, hot zone design, four-fold apparatus bay doors, help get the units out faster and safer, improve station alerting, emergency vehicle preemption, smart TVs, hosting a hybrid of trainings, and these are the same goals that we've kind of presented on last year as they hold true today, and continue to design these or evaluate trends that are out in the field and leveraging technologies to improve our system performance. Our planning process covered by Martha quite thoroughly earlier. I don't need to read all of these three, but I will highlight again that ongoing data analysis remains key to one of our functions as we evaluate how to provide services daily, weekly, monthly, annually, and actually in real time too. Current CIP projects that are underway or completed. The first three, Lorton, Edsel Road, and also the Merrifield Station. Those all opened and are operating fully occupied in summer of 22. One project we have under construction is our Seven Corners Station, Station 28. We're expecting or estimating occupancy in spring of 24. Projects that are in design, Fire Station 32 in Fairview, Gunston, West Annandale, Tysons, Pendall, and then a project in pre-design is the Mount Vernon Fire Station, which is funded but not designed at this point. Our project priorities, these are the not funded items with the exception of the top there, Station 29. Again, that was highlighted by Martha as partially funded through proffers as we look for opportunities in urban areas. But our next up priority would be Fox Mills Station 31, our Oakton Firehouse and Station 34, the WellFit Center, which is a physical training center for our overall health and wellness and committed goals there, Chantilly Fire Station, Pohick, Frying Pan, and the list continues from there. We want to take the opportunity just to highlight the Tysons Fire and Rescue Station 29. And this kind of takes the encompassing look in the broad picture of all of our fire stations and what we hope to do and what we hope to achieve. The deficiencies that we see are limited growth or ability for the apparatus space, limited bunk room space, or common bunk rooms. We want to go to more general neutral to areas that support diverse workforces. Our gym and workout areas to improve square footage. Protective gear, apparatus storage. This is kind of an area where we don't want to mix the turnout gear into living spaces and all that stuff, reduce risk and injury to firefighters. Medical supply storage and other storage there. No fire sprinklers in apparatus space. Time from here and there will occasionally have an issue where an apparatus does catch on fire, and that can cause some significant issues. And then building systems that are exceeding life cycles. Tyson's itself, the new station that's proposed, key themes: modernization, capacity growth, and accommodating the diverse workforce. It's a developer proffer negotiated all the way back in 2011. And again, Martha highlighted a lot of the things there with the fire, with what we're hoping to do with co-location, 7-bay transit facility on a 4.2-acre site, 24/7 facility for up to 20 fire and rescue staff and battalion chief, no temporary fire station required, general neutral design, and designed to meet LEED Gold County 2020 sustainability policy. I will hold on the estimated completion dates for those because I'm not really sure where we are, but I'll let them help out with that. In 2024, our public safety bond is the Fox Mill and Oakton fire stations. 2030 public safety bond, I'm bringing it back to table on slide 5. And then a capital improvement projects priorities based on the following. Again, our facility age and building systems, the facility deficiencies we identified as example in Station 29, and then the larger stations, again, to meet that urbanization that we're seeing across the county, and then, as mentioned before, the limited space and figuring out how to do this. And then another thing near and dear to our heart is, again, we're leveraging technologies, and in our potential shop, or in our shop, not potential shop, is emergency vehicle preemption. Again, we thank you for your all support in this endeavor and working with proffers to back from these the planning and zoning development. And we're using that multi-funding strategy to implement this technology, which helps our units get to the 911 incident faster and safer, more efficiently and effectively. To date, we've received over $1 million, and we have over 200 traffic signals now that are leveraged with this technology to so-called getting the green. Thank you. Questions?
Questions? Commissioner Ohlfelder?
Yes, I had a couple of questions about the emergency vehicle preemption program. Have you spent or committed all of the $1 million so far?
We have not spent it all. It's all allocated, though, through proffers. So basically, it's all line items spoken for in the development areas.
So you're waiting for the proffers. In some cases, you haven't got the money yet.
It's multifaceted. So once that comes through, then we got to work through the contractors to get.
Right.
It's pretty quick when it comes to the proffer piece and getting the money allocated.
Right.
But then after that, there's a bunch of hands in the pot. VDOT, FCDOT, our contractor.
Everybody wants their money
Yeah.
up front. But my maths indicates, generally we have, in talking to applicants in connection with their rezonings when they come to the commission, we've assumed that the minimum cost for these devices is $10,000, but $1 million divided by 200, which is the number now, is only $5,000. What is the normal cost for a traffic signal preemption device?
So we faced some challenges as we come through. We were moving forward to leverage technology using GPS-based radio signals and cellular tracking. VDOT did not like that as they've updated their infrastructure. So we've had to go back to the IR, or infrared technologies, which basically uses line of sight. But that requires more cabling. So that's one of the holdups there. So our cost actually goes up considerably, especially when you're talking about conduits underneath. So that number isn't quite reflective of everything that's kind of happening in the background.
So it may be 10 to 20,000 per signal. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you think about a large intersection like Gallows and Route 29,
Yeah.
multiple lanes, multiple directions going through, I think that run roughly costs us about $29,000 if I recall
Right.
correctly.
Okay. That's helpful. That's helpful for us to know. Do you all have any idea as to how many, if the county had all the preemption devices that you all thought you should have, how many would that be? Do you have any idea?
How many signals in the county?
How many different signals would need to be set up for this emergency vehicle preemption service?
This has actually been a project near and dear to my heart. I've been on this for 7 years or so now, and it's constantly struggling, going back and forth a little bit here and there. But we intended to go with 55% of the signals in the county coverage, so roughly 550 would be the kind of the money shot, I think, those are the big corridors that go along with like your I-66, your major commuter routes. When those commuter routes get backed up, where do people go? They go to the secondary routes. So if we can help out leverage like the Route 29s, the 7s, 50, Fairfax County Parkway, and especially where our first and second due units are running, we can really make a significant impact. It'd be very difficult to get to the lofty of roughly 1,000 signals in the county. That's quite a tall task, but I think objectively and probably a good target would be about 55%.
Okay, so that gives us an understanding as we continue to work with applicants as to what your continued need is, and it's still a pretty healthy need. And so we certainly intend to keep pressing as we have with applicants to make sure, and I think the Department of Planning and Development has gotten on board pretty well based on what we've been pushing, and they make it quite clear to developers as they come in that they need to include some funding for these types of devices and so on. These devices, they're only available to fire and rescue, is that right? They don't affect, the police department doesn't have, they don't have equipment to trigger these devices, is that correct?
VDOT does not, at least in the Northern Virginia region, does not allow the police department to access or use the devices based on their response algorithms. So it's a little bit of a political thing there. I don't want to comment too much or get in that lane.
Well, I
They're
didn't know
willing to
that,
access.
but I'm glad you mentioned this.
And your time is up.
Time's up. Yeah, time to go. Good.
You know, maybe when the police department comes up here, I'll ask them, no. Okay, well, that answers that question, and you've answered my question about how many total devices you think you all really need and what your cost situation is and where you stand, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, if I may add one more thing, just
Yes,
in the
please.
bus rapid transit on Route 1 to the area that it does expect, busing is another way, so moving folks around, people to places. It's a little different. It's got more of a passive green light system versus us getting an active or proactive green light, but they can hold the green to get people to the destination quicker, sooner, more efficiently. That's
see.
another way we're working together with Fairfax Connector, or hopefully in the future we will be.
Okay, it's the benefits of technology, I guess.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I had a question. One of the challenges, I think, when we have a development application before us and they proffer for the preemptive devices, and we're thinking it's going to look great right next to that building in that intersection, and it's not where it ends up because you don't need it there. So I think that's one of the things we overlook is that you have strategic goals in terms of where they should be placed. And if we don't, even if we have a proffered light for that, it may not end up there because that may not be where you need it. So if we can coordinate better from a planning perspective with you, I know staff does, but if we can help in planning so those devices get where you need them, please let us know so we can work with developers when they come up with that offer.
Yeah, absolutely.
The other point I had in your presentation, maybe I didn't see this, it referenced larger spaces for flexibility. Is that specific to equipment? Is that specific to more human needs, within the facility, or both?
Both. We don't see the equipment growing too much that I'm aware of. We kind of try to keep that to one size. You can only VDOT regulations or DOT regulations as far as going down and traveling the street. But as far as capacity, tight spaces as far as finding other land to build another fire station, I mean, that's just, it's getting tougher and tougher, as mentioned earlier. So if we go for Tyson's, for example, like a 5-bay type apparatus, we wouldn't fill 5 bays initially at first, but we'd have the room to add in another fire engine, a second transport unit, so that we could meet the needs of that vertical growth that we're seeing, especially there, and if not even Reston soon to follow.
Is there any account of how many existing facility spaces you have that could be expanded or are limited because of, surrounding development?
I don't want to say all, but I'll turn. Do you want to take that one?
I think I understand what you're asking. So you're asking if we have any stations that are currently confined because of the development going up around it.
Even though you need to expand there.
In the cases that we've run into that, we've gone vertical, which is, as you know, a lot of the older stations were all 1 story.
Yeah.
Now, the newer stations that we're building, like Reston, the new Tyson's will be also a 2-story station. Mm-hmm. So that gives us a little bit more flexibility as far as like the size of the station we can put on a small site.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much. Any
Lots of fire
questions?
poles.
Commissioner Jelisgagner?
Yeah, thank you. A couple questions. Segueing into the preemptive devices, my understanding is that preemption devices, in addition to allowing for emergency response, a faster emergency response, doesn't it also allow you to kind of widen or increase the response area for each fire hall?
Yeah, the mantra that we established was extending our reach. So, i.e., like Fire Station 15 in Chantilly, you head out west, tough commute out west that way. So, but we noticed that if you can use the technology, estimating a 30 to 45 second saving per intersection, that you could get out west sooner, safer, and all that stuff, and then kind of going with the flow of traffic by getting the green, which is that normal thing that all of us are experiencing when we're driving our personal vehicle.
Yeah. And that kind of makes my point for me. I was struck by the number 550 signals gets you closer to where you would like to be. 1,000, yeah, I think I heard you say. And but right now, as I understand it, you're completely reliant on proffers for these preemption devices, or do you expend your resources on preemption devices?
We have a small line item that we use. Most of that's for just repair and maintenance or checking or system checks, health checks to make sure the system is working correctly. We'll try to use that at the end of the year to commit some funding over to do a signal here and there. They're kind of one-offs. That's kind of what happens with the proffers. Usually it's around a new design. We try to keep that signal or identify that signal close by and then put the technology there, if not an adjacent signal, so we can take it back to that development. The big thing where we've attempted to and had limited success is writing grants. Grants are usually for DOT in this purpose, moving traffic, moving people, versus moving fire apparatus around.
Yeah. Well, it's an example to me of where, for modest investment of resources, we're saving a lot of money, and we're relying on proffers to accomplish this, because we're not having to build as many fire stations because of these preemption devices. I mean, this is all kind of theoretical, but your program and your researchers are excellent at kind of this design set of questions. But we're saving, let's just assume we're saving money for resources, bond money, by not having to build more fire stations because we're using preemption devices, which at $29,000 a crack seems to me to be a pretty good cost-benefit outcome. So is the department kind of looking at that in a way to argue for more near-term investment through our bond programs to save us in the long term from having to build more fire halls or fire stations?
I don't want to speak specifically to the building of the new firehouses because we don't quite understand the vertical challenges yet and the time that takes to get up into these 50-story high-rises. But I think in theory, yes, you could argue that a technology like this could definitely save time and potentially maybe delay the need for a firehouse future out. But it all depends on density, vertical challenges, other things that are just unforeseen factors.
Yeah, and you guys are experts at that, and you do such a great job in your analysis. I'm trying to make the point here that sometimes we should spend bond money and not rely on proffers to have a cost-benefit realization, and these preemption devices are an example of that in my mind. The second question I had is the risk analysis, or the Tyson's fire station. We consistently have it as identified as the top priority for the department year after year, and we're getting incremental funding set aside, I think, for design purposes now. But at what point in your risk analysis, we have a lot of vertical now that we didn't have 10 years ago, and at what point do we pass over a threshold where we're starting to put our ability to fight and respond to fires more at risk? We're always going to be public safety oriented. We're always going to be have response, and we're always going to get there. But the question is, at what point does the delay in getting there, or the ability to go vertical as quickly as we might like, at what point does that come into play where it would be prudent on our part to invest some of our scarce resources in helping facilitate getting a fire station built there.
I think that, to the credit of this, of what's established here, the foundations of the CIP and all the work that's being done by FMD Public Works, we have committed that. We've done that with Fire Station 44. We've added Fire Station 42 just past that. So we're kind of building around these areas to help support that Tyson, understand that urbanization. Station 29 it's kind of the last holdout, and I think the proffers add just a unique challenge that until a developer wants to come in there and build, then we kind of hold and wait and wait and wait. And that, I don't know there's a specific threshold, but we would have to identify that and work to kind of figure out where that point is. But our services are never going to stop just because we don't have a brand new firehouse. We're still going to be there.
Of course. Of course. So do you advise me not to ask this question next year?
Bring it.
Okay, I'll probably ask it again next year, but I appreciate the way in which you approach solving that problem. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Can I just make one quick observation? Sure. You mentioned that there are 1,000 stoplights and that your goal is 55% with preemption devices. I think a lot of residents think that there are 1 million stoplights and half of them are within a half mile of their house and that they're all not working together. But beyond that, but I appreciate the information. Thank you.
Well, I think I'll preemptively stop this conversation.
Yeah, I think
No pun intended.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Take care. Good night.
I'd like to hear from Tom Fleetwood or Anna Shapiro. I think see Tom with Housing Development.
Good evening, Tom Fleetwood with the Department of Housing and Community Development. It's so nice to see all of you this evening. I'd like to start with just an overview of some of the goals that we are pursuing based on the board's direction through the county's housing strategic plan. And just very briefly, and as a headline, number one, of course, as you're all aware, that we need to produce a minimum of 10,000 new affordable units by the year 2034. We are also committed to the preservation of our existing affordable housing and committed to the principle of no net loss of our existing housing. We're committed to innovative land use practices and innovative financing in the delivery of housing. And we are also continuing to work to build our resources to achieve these goals. Going to the next slide. Currently, we have over 1,300 new affordable units that are under construction right now in locations across the county, and I'll cover some of these in greater detail. But as you can see, that we are delivering both senior and family affordable housing really in every corner of Fairfax County. Our pipeline is at over 2,000 units, with many more on the way. We are working to preserve our existing housing and deliver new, and many of these projects that you'll see on the summary will be very familiar names. We'll go ahead and jump right into some specific examples. First, the Autumn Willow project in the Springfield district is being delivered via a public-private partnership. Using a variety of financial means, our usual financial means to deliver affordable housing. Will be closing very shortly, and some preliminary site work will be underway in the coming weeks. Next is Little River Glen 1 and 2. This is a combination of the preservation of one of our very well-loved and heavily utilized affordable senior properties and its adjacent senior center, and the delivery of 60 additional units of affordable housing. We are currently under bid for this project, and we're expecting to have the bids in later this month. Again, financing will be done through our usual means using housing authority bonds, low-income housing tax credits, and local resources. Next, the residences at the Government Center, Part 2. This one I'm sure looks very familiar. It was before you very recently. We'll be delivering 275 new affordable units at build-out and an affordable childcare facility. Phase 1 financing is going forward here for low-income housing tax credits in March, later this month, as a matter of fact. Next is Dominion Square West. This is in the Hunter Mill District, and you heard it mentioned previously in terms of co-location of a community center. On the housing side, this is expected to deliver 516 new affordable units within a quarter mile of the Spring Hill Metro. We'll be using a combination of federal and local dollars, as well as about $50 million from the Amazon Housing Equity Fund. Next, Somos at McLean, another project that was recently before you. This project will deliver just over 450 units near the McLean Metro. We're a little bit further upstream on this one, although we expect to have the financing, the low-income housing tax credit application in again this month. Next, Stonegate Village. We're preparing for a full-on renovation of Stonegate Village, which is a housing authority property in the Hunter Mill District. This is one that will be using both local dollars as well as FCRHA financing, bonds, tax credits, etc. And we anticipate working with our community, with our county partners to conduct the renovation. Next, housing at West Oxon Route 50. This is in the Sully District and is expected to deliver 34 new units of permanent supportive housing. Now, this is a specialized type of housing that provides supportive services for individuals and families who have been chronically homeless. We're conducting this project through a PPEA. And our developer is Cornerstones, and we anticipate that they'll be starting the land use process very shortly. Next, another one that was mentioned earlier is the delivery of the new Pendaw Fire Station and emergency shelter. On the affordable housing side, we're anticipating that there will be somewhere between 50 and 70 new affordable units inclusive of permanent supportive housing. So design is in process on this one. Next is the Franconia Government Center site. This is the soon-to-be vacated current location of the Franconia Police Station, as well as the Franconia District Supervisor's Office. We expect to deliver 120 new affordable units on this site. We have selected a developer under the PPA process and expect to be moving forward relative to land use in 2024. Then just to touch briefly on some policy initiatives that we also have. The Commission is well aware of our work on the Workforce Dwelling Unit Program. We have successfully reformed the rental component of the WDU program. We are preparing for a task force to make recommendations for the reform of the for sale side of the WDU program. The Affordable Housing Preservation Task Force, we are implementing those recommendations as well. One of the key recommendations of which is embodied in the Comprehensive Plan Amendment, which was before you very recently. Then finally, the Manufactured Housing Task Force has also completed its work, and the board's accepted its recommendations. Implementation is underway, and we do anticipate that there will be a Comprehensive Plan Amendment associated with those recommendations. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Commissioner Ulfelder?
I just point out with the two projects in Tyson's over in Old Meadow and then over off Spring Hill, that they are near the transit stations, but the cost of rental or owning in Tysons is extremely high. And this will provide an option for people who may work in Tysons and do jobs that are lower paying jobs in Tysons, an opportunity to live in that area. And I think that's very important, is to have an opportunity for people in those income brackets doing jobs, whether it's at the mall or wherever, would have an opportunity to live in that community.
Commissioner Spain?
I'd just like to make a comment. Recently, former Commissioner Stranley and myself went on a tour of a few of the affordable homes that are being built, and I must say the quality of the homes that we saw was magnificent. I assume it's going to remain in the future homes that are being developed. And I think that anyone who is able to attain a residence in these affordable homes will be very proud of where they live. I think you're doing an excellent job. Yeah.
A couple questions. One of the recommendations I saw, unless somebody else had questions? Hearing none. One of the recommendations was to increase the Affordable Housing Fund by 1 additional penny to the existing half penny. How does that fit into what we're looking at in terms of capital funding here?
So, Commissioner Sargent, I can say that as of right now, with our projects that are being delivered, that we have been able to support those projects with the funding that's been provided by the board, as well as the infusion of the American Rescue Act funds and resources from the Housing Authority itself. Going forward, as we collectively work towards that second penny, I think it will be very important for us to complete that journey in order to be able to support both the existing pipeline and the necessary future pipeline that we will have to achieve our goal.
One other question was the Manufactured Housing Task Force. They've completed their work. They're moving forward. You've got the recommendations. How does that fit into what we're looking at here? Because that's a dire situation for the 8 remaining communities.
So this is it is a very important subset of our mission to preserve affordable housing. So it is much more about providing financing, for example, to help these properties remain affordable. It's a bit of a different model than, financially than a multifamily project would be. I can say that over the last 2 years, I've learned a lot more about manufactured housing than I'd ever known before.
I think we all have.
But certainly we view that as a critical component.
Great. All right. Commissioner Gelsgeitner?
Yeah, thank you. I haven't said this before, but I'll say it now. My first child was born in Section 8 housing. We had our first place to live with a child was in Section 8 housing. It was kind of remarkable for our ability to get access to housing at that stage of our life. So I have a kind of a warm place in my heart for these kind of initiatives that you've undertaken so effectively, Mr. Fleetwood. I had one question, and this is related to the Amazon portion of the investment in the Dominion housing project, development project. What could you describe what that $50 million equity, the housing fund, equity fund, does to facilitate the ability to develop the Dominion project?
Sure. What the Amazon Equity Fund does is it provides below-market, softer financing to allow these projects to move forward and to be and to support their affordability and the level of debt that the rents can support. Effectively, the Amazon investment accelerates our ability to deliver these units.
And so it's not a subsidy, it's not a contribution, and, it's not it's not funding the project. It's facilitating the access to the resources necessary to do the project, but there's a reimbursement back to the fund, presumably, just at a lower rate.
It is a source of soft financing in a manner similar to what the Housing Authority also provides to these projects.
We had a comment come in from a property owner in the county that raised the question as to why, if you take that $50 million subsidy, why couldn't that be better used? But it's not a subsidy. It's providing it's leveraged financing.
It's part of the financing for the project.
Right. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
In your materials, you have listed 1,309 projects that are, quote, in construction, and another 2,022 that would be in the pipeline, correct?
Right.
So that's about 3,300. And those count toward the 10,000 goal, correct?
With the exception of the units that are preservation, yes.
Okay. Oh, okay, because they're existing.
Right.
Is it your view that it's going to get more difficult as we try to approach the 10,000 in terms of finding sites and finding mechanisms for funding and for actually being able to get to that 10,000 goal?
I think it's difficult to accurately project that. I will say that I think, not to imply that our projects have been easy in any way, but to the extent that we found the low-hanging fruit, I think we have identified that. Right. So I think, as we go along here, it's going to require more and more creativity in terms of how we deliver these projects.
So how do you get your staff and everybody into their creative mode to find sites, to find projects, and to be able to go forward with those projects?
So I think, first of all, we're deeply fortunate at the Department of Housing to have a very creative staff with a lot of outstanding experience. And we are equally fortunate to be part of a county, including my colleagues here over my shoulder, who are also equally creative and as you could see throughout some of the earlier presentations, are all also looking for opportunities to co-locate and deliver facilities with affordable housing.
Is there anything that the Planning Commission can do other than what it does in terms of reviewing and supporting your efforts and the projects that you come up with, and which are wonderful? Is there anything further we can do to help further that process, the finding and helping get going?
I think, Commissioner Ulfelder, that one of the most important things that you're doing is what you're doing now in terms of learning more about affordable housing, how these projects work, how they function, and I think that makes your role certainly much easier in terms of the land use process and these projects being able to move through smoothly.
Yeah, my sense is that some of them are a lot more complicated than others and involve more creative financing options and so on, and that we need to depend a bit on the experts as to what makes sense and what is a good project. And I appreciate that, and hopefully we'll be able to continue to help you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Commissioner Cortina.
Thank you. It really is impressive, just what you're able to do and the quality of it. So I'll just reiterate that. And my question about the proffer system that we have with the WDUs versus having a Dominion or Square or a project like that. I mean, we're trying to do everything because we need everything. We need them spread out as well as being able to put up a whole building and get a lot of units. But when we are working like in a revitalization district or an activity center, I think it would be good if we knew your sort of strategic vision on the WDU policy versus, a contribution or a significant contribution toward a dedicated building. And I think this is not for tonight, but maybe something to think about, because we did have units that were promised in Tyson's that were to be in existing buildings, and we parlayed that into this other opportunity, which is a fantastic opportunity. But it would be helpful, I think, to know what direction we should be going with this and thinking about. If it's just continuing on as we do, and then you in the back end figure out what's the best for the housing department, that's fine. But if we should be, more proactively strategic about it, it'd be great to know.
Can certainly continue that conversation.
Okay, thanks.
Hearing none, thank you very much, Tom, appreciate it. Our next presentation is on wastewater. Mr. Mosinine?
Good evening. My name is Shram Mosinine, Director of Wastewater Planning and Monitoring Division. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about our capital improvement programs. Quickly, what I'll be talking about is an overview of our CIP development process and some of the rehab and replacement projects that we have. As you know, there are 4 other neighboring jurisdictions that serve Fairfax County, so we pay our fair share of CIP in those facilities as well. Talk about capacity-related projects, and last but not least, talk about our new sewer reimbursement program that was adopted by the board recently. So our CIP development process, annually we look at our asset management program, which has an inventory of all of our assets and their conditions and such. So based on that, we evaluate what are the regulatory requirements and what are the condition requirements of the assets. If they're older, need to be replaced and such. Also, we look at capacity expansion requirements for future growth on the regional facilities, not the local lines primarily. And then we determine the criticality of those infrastructures and what are the consequences if they fail, and try to reduce our business risk exposure. And with that, then we develop we have a numerical weighted ranking system. Then we rank our projects based on their criticality and develop a cost estimate and work with our partners at DMB to create a CIP, 10-year CIP. Also, we work with our financial consultants to see what would be the impact of our CIP on our ratepayers. Our projects, as you might have imagined, are primarily at our Norman Coal Plant, which is owned and operated by us, our own collection system, which comprises of over 3,200 miles of sewer lines and 64 pumping stations and metering stations, quite a few infrastructure, and our neighboring jurisdictions. Like I said, we have to pay our pro rata share of their CIP that serve our flows. Our projects primarily are rehabilitation and replacement because of the aging infrastructure. Some of our infrastructure were built back in the 70s at the treatment plant, and then back in the 50s and 60s in the collection system. So we have various age groups of facilities that we have to maintain and upkeep. Some of the big projects at our Norman Coal Plant is biosolids facilities, electrical systems that are getting old, disinfection facilities, HVAC, pumping, valves, anything you can think of at the plant that's getting old. On the collection side, again, we're dealing with aging infrastructure. There's a lot of rehab and replacement projects. We are working on major capacity improvement projects, primarily in the Tysons area, as you might know already. And, conditions of the assets and metering projects. Metering is very important for us because it gives us a indication of how much flow is going through the system, where the flow is, and whether or not we have capacity there. It also provides a means for us to bill our wholesale customers, such as City of Fairfax, Town of Vienna, Herndon, and such. And it also provides information for us to pay our bills to the regional facilities that serve us. So keeping those meters accurate, operating, very important. As I mentioned, we have about 64 pumping stations around the county, and we rehabilitate a few of them every year. So by the time we go through all 64 of them, we go back to the first one and go back again. It's a continued effort. And then the development reimbursement program, which I'll touch on in my future slides. So the neighboring jurisdictions are challenged with the same type of issues that we are challenged with as aging infrastructure and replacing them. Now, the two of our neighboring jurisdictions, Alexandria and DC Water, they have two big, what we call wet weather mitigation projects, which is basically to provide storage in the system so that during wet weather conditions, wastewater stays in the system, doesn't come out of the system. Those two in particular have a portion of their system as what we call combined sewer system, which is not allowed anymore. That means both wastewater and stormwater flow in the same pipe. So when it rains, you can imagine the volume of flow goes up quite a bit. And then Upper Occoquan Service Authority, the only new project that they have is the phase 2 of their nutrient removal facilities. Other than that, everything else is rehab and replacement. So with our new reimbursement policy, as you know, the Board of Supervisors directed the staff to revisit our existing, back then existing reimbursement policy, and we did and proposed a new policy to the board, and it was adopted by the board on December 6, 2022. So just quickly reviewing what our new policy is. Developers are required, like they have been, to design the system for comp plan level. That's if there is no existing capacity for their proposal. So if there is a developer with a proposal that is connecting to a facility and that facility has capacity, they don't have to do anything. But if that facility doesn't have capacity for their proposal, then they have to upgrade. And if they upgrade to comp plan level. And anything greater than 8-inch in diameter is eligible for reimbursement. 8 inches are minimum size pipe, so we don't reimburse them for the minimum size pipe. Developers are only going to be responsible for the capacity that they need to serve their project. And the county will be reimbursing them for the capacity for the existing flow and the future flow. And on the next slide, I have a graphic that explains that a little better. And the reimbursement covers everything: engineering, construction, land acquisition, everything that's related to that project. And so, and reimbursement is allowed if they choose to come to us at 40%, 80%, 100% of the completion of the project. We anticipate in the next 5 years, our requirements will be about $67.5 million. We will be reviewing this on an annual basis to make sure that we have the right amount of money to disperse. So on this slide, as I mentioned on the right, the graphic tries to explain what I was saying earlier. The green portion of the pipe shows the developer's contribution to that pipe. The brown and blue are existing and future flows. So they will be getting reimbursed for the brown and the blue portion of the pipe, and they'll have to pay for the green portion of the pipe. So where does the county get the money to reimburse the developers? As you know, we operate under an enterprise fund. So our ratepayers pay for all of our operating capital, everything to stay in business. So our two major sources of income are existing customers and our future customers. Existing customers, they receive a bill every quarter, so we'll be adjusting that a little bit. And our future customers, or any new customers, if you will, they will have to pay a one-time fee to connect to the system, which we call availability fee. And that fee essentially buys capacity for that particular parcel in perpetuity in the county system. So we'll be adjusting that as well. On the next slide, we looked at what would be the impact on our existing customers and our future customers, with the assumption that we'll be reimbursing the developers based on historical development records about $11.25 million on an annual basis. So our initial impact on our existing customers, who are, by the way, getting a brand new pipe with extended life, minimal O&M cost, as well as delayed capital. So our existing customers are benefiting from this brand new pipe. The initial increase would be about 10 cents a month on our existing customers, and we projected that in 10 years it'll be about $1 a month that they have to pay extra in order to support the program. The majority of the money is going to come from future customers as they connect to the system, which is what it's for, the future customer portion of the capacity. And initially, the single-family homes will pay an additional, over the existing availability fee that we have, they'll pay another $91 for single-family and $73 for townhomes and multifamily, and projecting 10 years, those amounts raise to $911 and $729. Mm-hmm. And with that, I'll try to answer any questions you might have.
Questions? Commissioner Ulfelder.
Help me understand in the reimbursement program, when you say reimbursement is allowed at 40, 80, and 100% of what? And exactly?
The construction, primarily. So
how do you decide which level?
Well, it depends. For example, a simple example would be if they have to construct 100 feet of pipe, mm-hmm. and they have completed 40 of it, that'll be 40%, 80 of it, 80%, and then at the end.
I see. So it's based on the scheduling for the completion of the work. In other words, you don't pay them all up front for the cost. You pay them as they go through the actual work.
Yes.
Okay.
And frankly, in our conversations with the development community, they weren't really interested in this. We made it optional for them. The reason they said they weren't interested is because the sewer portion of projects normally takes a couple of months.
Right.
It's the bigger project that takes a longer time. Right. So they could they didn't want the additional administrative cost of going through paperwork and getting that reimbursement. But they have the option if they want to.
I see. So a lot of them are saying, I've got a $100,000 project here and I would like it up front. I'm not going to wait my time.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. A couple of other questions I had when I was going through this. Let me ask you this: are you all working with the health department on sampling sewage for COVID or anything else?
We have had a few sampling done at our treatment plant for COVID purposes. In earlier discussions with the health department, they frankly didn't know exactly what to do with that information. It wasn't clear enough or concrete enough for them to make, countywide decisions in terms of the COVID. But that's something that's been happening. There are studies right now taking place nationwide where
there's a number of cities that have done it.
a number of cities have done.
The objective is that if you do it on a regular basis, you can map whether the levels are increasing or decreasing. And often the virus shows up earlier in sewage samples. Then you see people showing up at hospitals.
Right.
And so a lot of cities are doing it because they find it gives them an early warning as to whether there's a surge or an increase going on in the virus, and that the sewage that they test is a good marker for that. And so I'm going to ask the health department that question as well, but you've given me an answer that to my question from your point of view. I happen to live in the Great Falls area, McLean Great Falls area, and I'm on a septic system. When someone comes to my house up in that northern part of the county and pumps out my tank, which I have to do every 5 years, where are they now able to dispose it? Previously, they, until a few years ago, they could take it over by Route 7 and Colvin Run Road to the pumping station there and dispose of it. But I don't think they can do that anymore there. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Where would the guy driving the truck full of the stuff have to go to dispose of it from my house?
There are two facilities in Fairfax. One is Norman Cole Treatment Plant.
Right.
And the other is the Upper Occoquan Service Authority.
It's a long way.
Well, let me explain why we shut down that facility. That facility was very old.
Right.
It was practically a hole in the ground, to be honest with you. And it was built back when the Fairfax County was primarily a dairy farm and agricultural land. There was nobody out there, so it didn't impact the neighboring homes. We received quite a few complaints about that.
Right.
And it so happened that at that same time, we were upgrading a difficult run pump station, which is co-located by a few hundred feet.
And putting in a diversion system so that you could stop it and move it to, I think, Norman Cole. I'm not sure where.
That's correct, yes. And so because of that project, we had to shut down the septic disposal facility because of truck traffic, both construction truck traffic and hauler traffic. And so when we did that, it went on for months. And then the haulers, frankly, when we reached out to them, they did not complain about driving to Norman Cole, or in the northern part, of course, they can go to UOSO, the Upper Occoquan Service Authority, because keep in mind, they travel around the county. It's not just, say, Great Falls. They might pick up a load at Great Falls and go to another part, pick up another load, and on their way, they make their way to the treatment plant.
Yeah, and at one time, there was I know you all were looking at a site in Parkland over off Hunter Mill Road, and the world exploded, and the newspapers couldn't get enough of it, and everybody went crazy, and that project died.
Yes, that was an attempt.
Yeah.
But like I said, after looking at the cost and the benefit, if you will, and haulers not really minding.
Yeah, you're better off the way you're better off with the system you have today.
Yeah, we currently have two places.
Exactly.
So
just don't drive behind the trucks when they're on the road. That's all. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And on that happy note, one question on page 6, slide number 6, the neighboring jurisdictions serving the county. And I just want to make sure I understood clearly the 385.5 million figure for the totaling jurisdictions is what we're paying them, correct?
That is correct.
All right.
That's our share.
What kind of increase percentage-wise or incrementally have we seen over time, and what's your prediction or projections for the coming years?
Well, it really all depends on what projects they have at the time. That, you know, the two big projects, as I mentioned, is the Alexandria Renew project and the DC Water project. So our contributions to those is a big chunk. The rest is primarily repair and replacement. So they provide us with a 10-year CIP. And this is a 5-year CIP amount, not a 10-year CIP amount. So the amounts have, you know, they go up and down depending on when the projects are in the planning and design stage. There isn't much money going out the door. When they hit construction, then that's where the heavy money goes out. So, but overall, they're pretty much staying the same in long term.
So from a big picture incremental phase, this is manageable in terms of what you're seeing the jurisdictions, you know, incrementally and traditionally charging us as it increases.
Right. Keep in mind, we issue our own sewer revenue bonds. That's how we manage keeping the rates where they are or minimizing the impact on our ratepayers. That allows us to pay over time. And we're rated AAA by all 3 bond rating agencies. So we get the best interest rate that we can on those.
Great. All right. Any additional questions? Hearing none, thank you so much. We appreciate the time. We are going to take a brief, and that's 10-minute break. And please feel free to get up, stretch. There will be snacks. No, for everybody. So come on back, and the clock is ticking. Let's take that break and go. We'll be right back. Thank you. Set to continue. Our next presentation is from our colleagues at the Park Authority.
Hello. I do appreciate going after the donuts 2 years in a row.
It's the sugar.
That was last year. I promise that was last year. Okay, so we ready?
Yes.
Let's wait till the presentation comes up. Is it up? Ah, there. Okay, so there's a method to the madness. I believe that everybody's waiting for my thought to land, so everybody behind me is also waiting for my thought to land here. So I'm not going to start off with the benefits of parks and what our mission is. We're in the business of fun. We're at the forefront of battling the effects of climate change, fighting, obesity and equity. But we're just talking about the CIP right now. So when you think about a lot of the CIPs that we've seen, we talk about large projects, and I think of them in terms of planets. So when you're talking about what comes out, what goes in, we're talking about a library, a community center, a school, a police station. And Parks has those very large projects in terms of our rec centers. We have very large, huge projects like Mount Vernon. I just have here Audrey Moore, Franconia, Providence Rec Center. But the thing about Parks is we also have all of the stars. So amongst all of those large projects, we also have 334 miles of trails and 252 athletic courts and 228 playgrounds and 62 picnic shelters, 8 golf courses, 34 historic sites, 102 artificial turf fields, 5 nature centers, and then the big sun is our 420 parks and 24,000 acres of lands. We are more akin to schools in terms of CIP with their large and their small, but it's a very large beast. So when we look up into the stars and the constellations, you see a whole bunch of stars, but really what we're building is the constellation. And every single piece needs to be there in order to form the full picture. We can't not do athletic courts. We can't not do rec centers. We can't not take care of our trails. We need to do all of those things in order to form a perfect picture. So what are some of the projects that we do out of our CIP? We have large park renovations like Mount Vernon Woods Park redevelopment. We do things like the Berkeley Lake Marina improvement, which is $1.5 million, and it was to stabilize the beach area, add physical structures, stop erosion, and add drainage. We do huge mega projects like Mount Vernon Rec Center at $70 million, adding another ice rink. Then we do smaller nature center type projects like the Sully Woodlands Education, the Woodlands Education Center, about $9 million. And then we have the repairs and renovations. This is what does it take to keep the lights on? This is how do you continue to maintain all of those features. Tennis court repaving, redoing roads. The bottom left is redoing the MLK bathrooms, MLK pool bathrooms and trail projects. So when we build our 2026 bond list and we talk about what our priorities are, one of the really important things that we're focused on is we're creating right now our park recreation open space and access plan. And what PROSA is going to do is it's going to identify gaps in the 10-minute walk to parks, which is the national industry standards for serving residents, 10-minute walk. But we're not just looking at walk to parks as in the green, it's access to entrances. Because as you know, you can live on the backside of a park and not be able to get into it, and it's not as the bird flies, it's how can you get in through trails, roads, sidewalks. We're also looking at complete park experiences, and that's looking at not just providing one thing. So you have access to one thing within a 10-minute walk, but it's just an artificial turf field. There's no playground, there's no trail, there's no contemplative space. So we want to really build this complete park experience for all of our residents. And then adding in habitat connectivity and prioritizing needs and projects with an equity lens. So to put it in perspective, our needs assessment is what tells us what we need, and PROSA is going to tell us where we need it. So we need 5 more tennis courts. Well, let's look at the 10-minute walk gap and see who's missing that exercise component or that active component. These PROSA recommendations, when it's finished towards the end of this year, is going to 100% inform our 2022 bond list. And we'll get a little bit into how PROSA is going to work in a second. So when we're building our bond, none of these are set in stone. As you all know, we are governed by a Park Authority board who ultimately will vote on what projects are in our CIP and what's out of our CIP. But to create our list for this year, we simply took, and there's a slide later, we took our 2020 bond numbers across all of our categories, extrapolated that from 4 years to 6 years. So these are the numbers that you see, not increasing and saying that we need more repairs and renovations, just keeping the status quo. So we need about $10 million a year just for that repairs and renovations. So we start building our CIP and it starts at $10 million a year, so that's $60 million. So this is our asset, our list of assets past end of life or in need of repair. We're at about $166 million, and that's in today dollars. During our needs assessments, when asked residents, if you were to spend $100, that $100 question, if you gave you $100, what would you spend it on? Our residents said they'd spend $70 on taking care of what we have. So taking care of our assets in need of repair is extremely important to us. We add in land acquisitions at $10.5 million, and that's for 6 years. Now, it's important to note that the average cost per acre in in Fairfax County, not there anymore, in Fairfax County is a little less than $1 million. So that $10.5 million for 6 years, I need at least 10 acres to create a new local park. That's one park. So $10.5 million gets us one park. And this slide on the right is a little bit of PROSA in action. We haven't started to lay it out, but we did a little bit of work on this. This is Braddock District idea, and you can kind of see the population density as you see the colors get redder. That's the highest population density. The hash marks is our equity areas, our areas of opportunity. And where you don't see green, those are our gaps to the 10-minute walk. So if we zoom in a little bit, you can see in that area directly below Manassas Gap Railroad, very high density, equity area, gap in the 10-minute walk to parks. The only way to serve that community forever is to buy and build a new park in that area. So we have to continue to purchase land. Land is at a premium. We don't have that much time left to buy a lot of land in Fairfax County. It's rapidly urbanizing. We really need to build out our park system now while we can. Adding new parks and facilities at $21 million. That's for 6 new park projects at about $18 million. And then minor new construction. These photos are what we consider minor new construction. That's putting a new thing into an existing park, not renovating an old thing. So adding a picnic shelter. We're adding an inline skating rink at Lake Fairfax Park. McNaughton Fields adding a concession and bathroom site. And then we have our new park projects. These are the things that everybody loves to cut the ribbon on, right? Ruxall Park we're working on right now. Hogue Park just finished. Mount Vernon Woods is due next year, and McLean Central. Those run about $2.5 million, depending on if there's a park there already. A new park, virgin land, is going to cost you about $3.5 million. So now adding in natural and cultural resources at about $8 million. They split it pretty evenly, a little bit more towards natural resources. But that factors in reforestation projects, other ecological restorations, our archaeology program, resident curatorship, taking care of all of our historic structures. And then we have our major projects, and I flipped the slides a little bit because I wanted to explain. These major projects are ones that are over about $5 million and above. These are our mecca projects. These are the ones, the 2 that we're building right now is Patriot Park North, which looks fantastic. If you haven't gone out there, please go out there and look at it. Opening soon. And Mount Vernon Rec Center, which we just broke ground on right now. So this is our bag of rocks. So right now, the bag of rocks, just taking our four-year CIP, extrapolating that to 6-year CIP, is at $99.5 million. Now we have to add our big rocks, which are those major projects. So the first big rock that we would propose to our board to add in is Audrey Moore Rec Center. And that costs $60 million. And it's important to note that we are costing that out at $60 million in 2026. Not $60 million now. So to design for $60 million at 2026, we'd have to design for 45-ish million in today dollars. So today dollars is a $45 million project because we can't get. Everybody's learned our lesson with the increase. It wasn't a lesson, nobody knew it was going to happen, but the increased construction costs. So we really need to factor that in so it doesn't kill our CIP next cycle. So with that in, it's $159.5 million. The other major projects that we suggested to our board to include were Providence and Franconia Rec Centers at $50 million, both of them combined, about $25 million apiece. And that took our total that we proposed to our board at $209.5 million. So this is sort of all of those in one slide to explain how we're proposing to spend those dollars and how we got to the original number of $209 million. Okay, so I just wanted to make it clear, we're adjusting from 100 to 150, 4 years to 6 years, 100 to 150, but then we added the 3 projects. And so when the county executive proposed the amount of 180 is more than 150, right? And if we did not have the large rec centers, we could do a lot with $180 million for our parks. But the reality is we have a significant rec center issue. And not to, I would love to be libraries and be able to be renovating a library that was built in 1992. I have rec centers that were built in 1977 that still haven't been renovated. The county years ago, 40-some years ago, made an enormous investment in recreation. It was phenomenal. In 11 years, they built the majority of our rec centers. In 6 years, which is the time frame of our current CIP, they built 5 rec centers in 6 years. They were going to build 4, and they threw in George Washington because a supervisor said, I want one in my district. Sure, we'll just build another one in 6 years. So Mount Vernon, Audrey Moore, Franconia, Providence were all built within 6 years, and George Washington, all built within 6 years, which again is a phenomenal investment, but it's put us in a bit of a pickle right now, because now we have 6 rec centers that have well surpassed their end of life. And we have to figure out how to deal with this rec center issue and still provide the same services all across the county. Our rec center services, you pay one fee, get you into any rec center. So people who go to Audrey Moore don't pay different than people who go to South Run. Everybody pays the same amount. So what's happened right now is we have really phenomenal rec centers, and we have great facilities. Cub Run, South Run, Spring Hill, and Oakmar, just to show 4. And then we have George Washington, Audrey Moore, Franconia, Mount Vernon, and Providence. And there's a stark difference in our service level for those different projects. And spreading those out through CIPs, which quite frankly likely we don't want to take this in 50 years from now, give the next executive director of the Park Authority the same issue of, okay, we did 5 in 2 years, so now we have to do 5 in 2 years again. But what it's doing is, people have to wait for their service to get a newer, better rec center, but also we're having to keep them together with duct tape and staples, really. Every year that we go by, we're doing roofs, we're doing system replacements. We had the chiller on a pallet at Mount Vernon for years, and that was just money that just, because we had to keep that going, it was our only public ice skating rink in the county. So, pause and shift. I also wanted to sort of address and talk about the unspent bond dollars. So because of those big planets that we have, and because in the past our cash flow has been about $25 million. And so in order to not completely kill an entire year CIP, we've had to save money from different CIPs, take money from different CIPs to fund a project. We just talked about how we build our CIP and how important it is to deal with our deferred maintenance and our just regular $10 million of how do we keep the lights on. We can't take 2 years of CIP for one project and then not do other things. The simplest reason is because behind me is a gentleman who runs a park development division, and they can't just be sitting around doing nothing for 2 years. They have to actually be doing projects. But also, as we all know, Questions come in, can you do this, fix this, this is bad, we have to continue to be doing those projects. And so in order to not have a drought of park projects for 2 years, we have to take from specific CIP years. In the past, we're hoping to change that moving forward. But these are the projects that make up about $134 million of the unspent bonds. Patriot Park North is about to open right now. That's in construction. Mount Vernon Rec Center, we talked about it a lot. Lee District for design. We had intended to build that project in this next CIP cycle. Audrey Moore, we're intending to build this the minute we get the money for the next CIP cycle. Providence, same thing. Sully Woodlands is in construction right now. So those are just some of the big projects that make up that 134. That money is encumbered into projects that are moving forward to be constructed. And then talking about, cash flow. It shows our cash flow, this slide shows our cash flow from FY23 to 25. And kind of what I was talking about before is you can see that Mount Vernon project, how much of an impact it has on cash flow just for the 3 years that you're constructing. What that does is it compresses those other categories because we just can't, I would love to have a $80 million cash flow for a year, but the reality is when we have to pay those big ticket items, we have to compress the other items that are there. We have to figure out a way to not only still be able to maintain our park system, but also because we're moving these rec centers out years, how are we going to now keep them up? How are we now going to take care of that deferred maintenance and the infrastructure issues that are going to come up in Audrey Moore between now and 2026, in Lee between now and whichever year we end up doing, Franconia, it was just changed to Franconia, and Providence. And when we're talking about reducing by 30 million, the reason, and again, this is at the direction of our board, but the reason it's a really difficult a difficult answer to give is that which do you choose? Do you choose the big projects on the left? We can take out, Franconia and we take out Providence, or the same 30 million equals 100 playgrounds and 10 park redevelopments, 20 synthetic fields. That should say 300 picnic shelters, 30 miles of trail. So that balance between how we're doing things, we're giving up on some end, which is natural when you have these large projects. This is a situation we've never been in before. This is not Park Authority. I've always been building these huge, $70 million structures, but this is our future for the next multiple CIP cycles. And that's it.
Questions? Commissioner Alvarez, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, and great presentation. I love parks. My children love parks, and I think they're so valuable and important to the community. They're so important to Fairfax County. They're important to communities of color. They're important to youth, and we need to be fully funding parks as much as we can. You did mention at one point that you're looking at this through an equity lens, which I thought was a great comment and something I always love to hear. Can you talk a little bit more about how you're looking at this through an equity lens?
It's my favorite subject, so I'll try to be brief. Yes, when you're talking about parks and you're talking about a service delivery, you need to look at our vulnerable populations, and we have to look at places where we've had a historic disinvestment, and we all know that that's where there are tennis courts now. It's created in the 60s, right, as to where parks were developed. So we have to look at it not in what's the lowest hanging fruit, but what are the actual needs in an area. Then you have to add in what parks are around, because you might have a situation where you have a high equity area that's fully served by parks and a complete park. Then you have to look at the quality of the park, because if the slide is broken and there just is a park there that's nobody's invested any money in, I can't just check the box and say you're served. So now we have to add in the quality of that park. And lastly, we have to add in population, because we have to get the best bang for your buck. So ideally, when you're prioritizing, you would look at high equity area, low quality or high needs, low quality, high population. So I want to prioritize a place that's serving 100,000 people, maybe over some place that has 50 people within a walking distance. Also, it's not always about Equity is very important, but if I have a place that serves primarily wealthy individuals with 100,000 people with no parks, then I would prioritize that over an equity area that serves 20 people. It really is a balance of figuring out how best to spend the limited dollars that we have in order to increase everybody's access to parks. Everybody should have an access to parks. Everybody should have a 10-minute access to parks. It lowers obesity rates. I could go on and on about the benefits of parks and recreation. And it's not just one thing. So you might live in Sully District. Are you from there? Oh, okay. You might live in Sully District and have a multitude of natural areas. Sully Woodland, lots of natural areas, very little playgrounds. So am I serving that community? No. I got to create complete parks. I'm not serving that family with 2 young kids who wants to go to a playground. Having fields with nothing for the other people to do. I have 2 kids. You take one kid. What does the other kid do while my son's playing soccer? They want to be at a playground, right? Otherwise, we're splitting up, and I'm leaving one at home with my husband, and then nobody's happy, right? So it's a very special. It's a very important aspect to everything that we're doing at Parks is factoring in equity and making sure that we are providing that race and income do not predict the quantity and quality of parks in any area. That's our goal.
I appreciate that. And yeah, looking at this through an equity lens is absolutely important. And I think that the more that we can keep our parks clean, updated, funded, the more that we serve every community within Fairfax. So thank you.
Questions? Commissioner Cortina?
Actually, go ahead.
Commissioner Lagana?
Thank you. Just a question about deferred maintenance and and then unscheduled maintenance, I suppose, and how it affects the CIP. So what I heard you say is you've got a lot of aging facilities. They're all constructed at the same time. Now they've all come at age at the same time. And as a result, you can't, because of capital limitations today, you can't take every single one of these facilities offline and just fix it right now. It wouldn't make a lot of sense financially. We're not able to do that. However, when we do take one of those facilities offline, our cash flows fall significantly, which also impacts our operations and our ability to conduct the unscheduled and deferred maintenance, or maybe it's probably better to call it unscheduled maintenance, like the sort of, you got an aging building, something breaks inside of it, and then you've got to call someone to come out and fix it, and it's like putting a Band-Aid, as you said, on it. I was trying to get a sense of, on your presentation, what was, I got that picture. I got the picture because I'm seeing the facilities and I'm seeing your charts, which, in terms of a presentation, exactly what we react to on the CIP. In terms of the deferred maintenance, what would you call your deferred maintenance backlog? How much of, because it's not just the cost today, it's not even the cost tomorrow, it's how much costs accumulate that you can't fully account for based off of either your existing capital limitations and even in the CIP.
I hear whispering behind me, so I'm going to pretend like I'm going to answer the question and see if they freak out. No, go ahead.
My name is Michael Peter. I'm the Division Administration Director for the Park Authority. We go through this process each year to identify our failing or at risk of failing assets. Last year it was a number of about $155 million, and through the efforts of the Board of Supervisors and DMB to allocate both some ARPA funds and sinking funds, we were able to apply about $10 million or so to those, but then you see that our current backlog, it's now risen to $166 million. So we've been able to slow it down, but it's still increasing each year.
Now I get the picture, and it's a little bit more dire than what even we're seeing on the charts. And that's I zero in on the deferred and unscheduled maintenance because I know that that's really that's the thing that eats you up over years and years and years and years. Is there plans, in your newer facilities, do you employ conditions-based maintenance or anything that you have, technology has allowed a lot of the monitoring it's building tech's a lot better now. Maybe I'm just answering my own question, to be honest with you, but I'll do.
Yes, in our newer facilities, absolutely. We've been able to implement a number of new technologies, both making sure that we have things standardized and on a regular preventive maintenance cycle. At the same time, we are working through the development of a comprehensive asset management program that will employ more condition-based assessments as well as life cycle assessments that will be affected by whatever we do or don't do to those assets. So we're getting more sophisticated as we go along. This number of $166 million is our best estimate. Frankly, dollar-wise, it may be on the low side, but as we continue to develop our program and we're able to produce more concrete data, we'll be able to answer that question even better in coming years.
Yeah, a lot of deferred, preaching to the choir, but a lot of deferred maintenance and unscheduled maintenance costs are often hit in other parts of the year of your spend. So. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
And the 160, I just wanted to make a point that that's not just our buildings. That's where that whole stars and constellation comes in. Playgrounds, they have a lifespan. Artificial turf fields have to be replaced. It's trails, it's picnic shelters, it's all of it. They all have a lifespan, and when they come up, we have to replace them.
Yep. Commissioner Cortina?
Well, just following up on that point, exactly. I think many people do not really understand the contract, if you will, that we have with the Park Authority, and that is that as fees support the system. And I think one year when I was on the Park Authority, there was this auditor of accounts for the state of Virginia, and they list all of the different counties and what they charge for their recreation fees. And our fees that we charge, because we have such a big program, was more than the entire state, than the rest of the entire states. And the closest county that even comes close is Loudoun, and they were maybe 20% of our program. And those fees for the camps and classes and going to the rec centers and all that, that pays for a lot of the general fund that we don't pay as taxpayers. We pay a portion, and I don't know what that percentage is right now versus what you get through fees, et cetera.
About 45% is tax-based, and we're at about 55%.
So 55% of the park system is paid for by people who use the park system, which is unlike, I think, a lot of other tax-based systems in the county, including the community centers, libraries, whatnot. But that depends on investing in the capital, because the residents don't pay the capital fee, unlike the sewers. We're not charging, a per capita rate on their tax bill or something like that. That's through this capital program. So in these other rec centers, at some point, when they're just so, old and run down, they don't have the facilities, and you've done a good job keeping them going, but I mean, I don't want to take up too much tonight, but there's just like you sit on the bleachers and there's splinters and things like that. They're just old, they need to be replaced, and people will stop going, and then your tax rate, is, your fees are going down, and the county will have to also spend money to make up that difference when you're not able to be self-sufficient. So I think in addition to all the reasons that we like parks and need parks and want parks, we have a financial situation here too on multiple levels. So this is what concerned me about going to the 6th year, and also about the rec centers in particular, and how to deal with those in the context of the budget. So I appreciate you highlighting this. I think we might have to have some further discussion, perhaps. I don't know the solution at this point, or if you have a particular solution.
I think that this is a significantly unique issue, and the more the merrier to coming in. I think if it was easy, somebody would have done it already. So, we welcome working with DMB. Well, it's just We just have to figure out a strategy.
And that's it for me for right now. Thanks.
Commissioner, Chairman Najrowski-Eichner?
Yeah, thank you. Nice presentation. A year under your belt?
A little over, yeah.
A little over, yeah.
Yes.
It's a very impressive program. I don't envy the challenge you have of kind of managing all these counterbalancing forces. One of the things that drove, as I understand it, the county to move toward a 6-year cycle for the bonding authority was a backlog of expended or a backlog of spending the bond money. So we have to spend the bond money within a certain period of time, and we weren't spending it fast enough within a 4-year cycle. So that there was that rationale that said, okay, if we can't do it in 4 years, let's push it out 2 more years. Have you ever had the opportunity to explore why we weren't able to accomplish what we set out to accomplish in the 4-year cycle?
So that slide that we showed before was intentional. It was intentionally taking from specific other bond cycles, so we're not taking from one cycle. Mount Vernon, for instance, the option with the cash flow limits was take 2 years of cash flow and do no other projects. And so, or take from other years, 2020 bond, to get ready for the 2026 fund. So it's not necessarily a backlog of projects we haven't done. We are working towards doing them. It's not a delayed project that is sitting on the back burner. We have every intention. We're in construction for Patriot Park. That's a $20 million project. That was, how many bond cycles did we spend? 3 bond cycles to make that work, because I can't spend, that would have been, 20% of our entire CIP cycle. So we spent that through 3 bond cycles. Mount Vernon, same thing. So it's more of how do we get that by still taking care of our deferred maintenance issues and still doing all of the other, projects that everybody loves to cut the ribbon and see. There was a COVID delay in all projects.
I'm not sure I fully
yes.
understand. I mean,
Sure.
But let's not take the time this evening. But I know this is an issue that Commissioner Cortina has raised in a committee meeting we had a week ago. But I've always been under the misimpression that this 6-year extent or this 2-year extension of the bond cycle was a temporary to allow for catching up. The project catching up to the amount of money that's available to spend, the bond money that's available to spend. And now it's turning into a permanent 6-year cycle. I'm very concerned about that. I know Commissioner Cortina is much more articulate about this than I am. What is driving my question is extending the 2 years is one solution to the problem of not being able to spend enough of the bond money in the time frame required. My question is, at the heart is, why aren't we able to spend the bond money that was identified for that particular bond cycle? And I'm not sure I understand the thought process you described, but we don't need to do this tonight. But I do want to follow up and understand it, because if we could invest another $300,000 in building staff capacity to get projects completed in a more timely way, that would be one solution that would get us cycling through that bond money more quickly and get things built more quickly, less expensively, because it's happening in real time. I don't feel like the 2-year solution it's a part of the, I mean, it's an alternative, and I'm not sure the other alternatives were fully considered prior to us locking into that 6-year cycle. And frankly, it's locking you out of getting things done as quickly as they need to be done.
There's a lot to unpack in that, but I will answer the one question. The backlog of bond dollars is 0% to do with staff capacity and being able to get projects done. We could not build Mount Vernon until we had all of the cash flow and the dollars to build Mount Vernon. We couldn't build Patriot North until we had all of the money lined up in order to pay for Patriot North. It's a strategy. I have 4 days and my bank account has $100 in it, but I can only take out $20 million. I mean, $20 a day, but I have to pay my rent, and my rent is $60. What do? I take out the $20 I have, and I put $5 in my back pocket, so I can pay my rent at the end. That's what we've been doing, because we haven't, the cash flow needs for these large, it just blows the cash flow. I mean, it's the $70 million, project that has to be done, and the only way to do it up till now has been in piecemeal over multiple bonds.
One last question. Okay. Is there an alternative to this 6-year cycle that would allow you to get more done more quickly?
Oh, I don't know if I'm going to answer.
I just know that that's an issue I want to pursue as part of this overall CIP for this year. Is you're being locked in, and other agencies are being locked into 6 years, and I'm worried about the implications of that.
Commissioner Carter?
Nice to see you in a different arena.
Yes.
This is a comment. It's not a question. I'm wondering how we can do better. And just an observation. We have 75 SSPAs, and I don't know them all, but I don't think one of them talks about a park. So we could probably do better there. And I'm wondering in our comp plan preparations whether we could do better, not so much, you always get additional land, I suppose. That's not always the best solution, to get additional land. I just wonder if we could come up with ways to work a little better. And maybe we could start to help this CIP program. I'm not sure whether we could do that, but we could at least think about the future a little better, probably.
Leveraging development to build parks.
That's a comment. I just was thinking about those 75 SSPAs and 0 parks, and probably a lot of housing. Thank you. Great to see you again.
You too.
Commissioner Altfelder?
Yes, you have listed in the 2026 bond cycle $10.5 million for land acquisition.
Mm-hmm.
Does that include the potential for easement purchases instead of an actual outright purchase?
We don't generally purchase easements. Do we generally purchase easements? We don't generally purchase easements. It's the amount for 4 years extrapolated to 6, so it's sort of all in. It includes dedication. There is some easement. There's appraisal work. All of those things that go into the acquisition, it does include.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just raising it. I'm wondering if in some situations an easement might be feasible and might be less expensive than an outright purchase, and therefore an option in certain situations where the Park Authority would like to have access to and use of particular property, and a property owner is amenable to a negotiated easement. That's why I'm raising it. Well, you can have a permanent easement, and the Park Authority, can use that, based on what you negotiate, can use it, and the homeowner's fine because it isn't affecting them or the use of their property. And I just think that it might be an alternative to actually having to get in these situations where the community demand, we need, they're going to do something over there, we got to get this land and we have to protect it and we have to save it. So you got to come in and buy it, and you find out that one purchase was $10 million, and therefore there goes your whole pot, and and it's shot, and there's nothing left for anything else. And so you end up with these situations. Well, do I spend $1 million here and $3 million there and this, that, and the other thing, and versus an important, larger cost purchase? So I'm just trying to find a way to maybe ease that. That's all. Thank you.
Other questions? Just for my understanding, as I looked at the presentation, what is the current request for this cycle overall? Is is it the, what was the number?
The original request was 209 million. In the county executive's proposed CIP was 180. So the 209 is where it sits right now with our board, because we took our 209 to the board, and they have to decide how to get that down to the 180. So right now it sits with our board at 209.
Are there, and I'm just stretching here, are there any opportunities for things like co-location with other departments that may get some value for you?
Generally, co-location comes on to parkland and not the other way around. Usually it's the land that so we're usually the givers, not the receivers for co-location. They're still great. It's still a great thing. Sorry, the people behind me. It's still fantastic, but it's usually the other way. We don't see a lot of savings although the Lorton Community Center, we got a new playground out of that, and it's a phenomenal facility. So that was a really great co-location with the library and the community center.
Okay. I have no solutions here, obviously. Better minds have been working on this. What is your in terms of your negotiations with the county, where are you in terms of what you're?
We at the 180, so that was last week that it came in. So because our board meets every 2 weeks, so last week we presented the 180, and so this next coming weeks they're going to start to digest that and figure out. It's a whole shell game. Do you take exactly that last slide? Do you take the 2 other rec centers out and not construct Audrey Moore at $45 million and construct it and give it its due, and then have more money in acquisitions? Do you keep the 2 in and then cut some of the other, deferred maintenance or other? Those are all decisions that they have to be, weighing to figure out how to fit those puzzle pieces into that number. So that's where it sits right now. We're in between board meetings. We meet again next week, and I'm sure they'll continue the conversation.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Hearing none, I appreciate it. Thank you. Next presentation is from the Department of Transportation. If you could introduce yourself and provide your name for the record.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Michael Cusius. I'm with the Coordination and Funding Division for the Transportation Department, and I'll be going over our plan, which is found on pages 231 to 249 of the CIP. Tonight I'll be speaking primarily about the major programs and funding used to administer transportation projects in the county for the Capital Improvement Program. Transportation projects in the county are many, provided for by a variety of players, and is one of the county's largest capital investments. Department of Transportation coordinates with multiple organizations, internal county agencies, and the public to identify all the county's multimodal transportation needs. What is shown on this slide are some of the major programs and services, plus the internal and external resources used to identify and implement these projects. Most of the projects are identified through our comprehensive plan and the county's Transportation Priorities Plan, or TPP, process. On the next slide, this shows major funding sources that the county utilizes to fund transportation projects. Specifics about the sources can be found in the text and related web links on pages 232 through 236 of your CIP. Some other sources include state funds allocated by the Commonwealth Transportation Board through the Smart Scale process. More information can be found on the Smart Scale website, which is referenced in your CIP on page 237. Another major source of funding is commercial and industrial tax revenues, or shortened to CNI, and it is on page 234, which was approved by the General Assembly in 2007. The bill authorized localities to raise the CNI real estate tax, and in FY24, we anticipate approximately $63.6 million. In 2013, the General Assembly adopted a new funding bill, HB 2313, which approved an additional $300 to $350 million expected per year in new revenues to be used by the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority. for regional projects. NVTA anticipates receiving approximately $403 million in revenues in FY23, of which $284 million will be utilized for regional projects approved as part of NVTA's 6-year program, and $119 million are being dispersed to the localities for them to allocate to eligible transportation projects. And that's roughly about 30% of the $403 million stated previously. This is explained on page 234 to 235 of your CIP, and 235 specifically goes more over the 30 and 70% breakdown. In addition to the above-mentioned sources, but not shown on this slide, are private funds received in the county for various transportation improvements through its proffer system. These average about $2 million per year. And on the next slide, it shows some of the major funding plans for transportation projects. These can be found on page 233 to 238 of your CIP. All the plans use as many funding sources as possible to implement projects. We have the C&I tax revenues, NVTA regional and local revenues, general obligation and revenue bonds, federal grants including CMAQ funds, RSTP funds, state funds including smart scale and revenue sharing funds, and the private sources such as proffers. Some of the funding plans are geographic specific, such as Reston and Tysons, but the entire county is served by the $3.04 billion Transportation Priorities Plan. These plans include all types of transportation improvements, such as road widening, spot improvements, intersection improvements, new and extended sidewalks and trails, bus shelters, transit centers, new high-tech signage, and bike infrastructures. On this slide, as stated in our transportation goals and objectives reflected in the comprehensive plan, the funds we obtain for the county's transportation needs are distributed to provide a multimodal network to move citizens, goods, and through traffic in the most safe, efficient, and effective manner possible. This slide illustrates the dates for TPP approvals and funding breakout of the current FY20 to 25 TPP. Also shown is the allocation of funds by transportation mode. One of the county's single largest transportation capital investment projects is the Metro, as shown on the table on page 249 of your CIP. That should be the last page for the transportation section. Details of WMATA's funding, as well as the Dulles Rail project, can be found on pages 238 to 243 of your CIP. And on the last slide, as previously stated, there are many projects the county is working on. The majority of the money goes to highways, public transportation, and bike and pedestrian improvements. There are numerous websites for review which show the status and funding of the projects, location of projects, future projects, and other information about the transportation projects. These sites are found throughout the transportation section of your CIP under their respective projects and programs. And that concludes the presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have, except for the numerous traffic lights that we have in the county that
questions
take up people's times.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Schumate?
Talk a little bit about when you say bicycle improvements or bicycle projects. What are you talking about? These are lanes that are adjacent to highways, or what are we looking at?
Yeah, there are lanes kind of parallel with roads, lanes on the roads, and things of that nature. There's also, bike trails going over roads, so we'll build bike bridges, things of that nature. Yeah.
Okay.
Question. I'll ask one. What, if any, percentage of your projects benefit from investment in VDOT projects? So is there overlap where VDOT's working on a road improvement, for example, and you have the opportunity to parallel that with local improvements? Let's take 95, for example, and what you might require the local roads to meet. Are there opportunities like that that come into play?
I believe so, but for specifics, I'd have to get back to you on that one.
I appreciate just to what extent does that help in terms of your planning would be nice to know.
Okay.
And if there's what the cost benefit might or might not be.
Sure.
We're looking at, anecdotally, we look all over the place. You look at, the South County area, you've got VDOT looking at improvements to 95. What will that do to the Lorton area as it goes through its visioning process to determine how you create a community with tons of flow-through traffic from spillover traffic from 95? Are there benefits there that accrue from that kind of investment and what that might help for you?
Right, we do work a lot with VDOT. I know if there's any funding from the state, it can probably be found in the state section, things including like smart scale and things of that nature. But I can get back to you on a specific
kind of
percentage.
how you might do this, in a continuous manner. So it's when they're doing a Route 1, another example. When they'll be working on that, what are the opportunities there for you?
Okay.
And how that influences and helps or not with investment.
Sure.
Thank you. Questions? Commissioner Chairman Joski-Eichner?
So in your presentation, you have bike pedestrian projects, and there, in 2014, bond referendum funds equated to over 200 countywide pedestrian projects. Is that just, that's representative of projects already accomplished? Is that what that's saying? 200 projects, pedestrian projects already accomplished?
Yeah, that'll be 200 projects already accomplished, and I believe also in the works as well. If I can get back to you on specifics.
And what portion of the resources that will be captured within this CIP is applied toward pedestrian access or pedestrian projects, such as connecting to, filling gaps or providing sidewalks? I mean, what kind of investment are we asking for in the CIP for those types of projects, sidewalk type projects or trail type projects?
The details on that, I'd have to get back to you on that one.
Would you do that?
Sure.
Yeah. Kind of what's of the overall project investment that's being considered for this CIP is related to pedestrian, the pedestrian experience.
Okay, sure.
Thanks.
Commissioner Altfelder?
Yeah, and maybe to follow up a little on that. We recently had a public hearing on the rezoning of the West Falls Church Metro Station area, and we are scheduled to decide that a week from tonight. When the plan for the area was revised in 2020, one of the things that was done is immediately following that is they set up a local task force. The community had complained when the plan was being considered, the plan change was being considered, that the local streets, sidewalks, crosswalks, areas around that metro station were unsafe for pedestrians, for bicyclists, for kids going to and from school, and so on. And they ended up identifying 25 projects and setting priorities for those projects, and it included a number of crosswalks and sidewalks. The developer is stepping up and is agreeing to do some of it, to provide funding for some of the off-site projects, and most importantly, improvements to the Haycock Road Bridge over Route 66, which is right now unsafe for pedestrians, and it's an important connection between going to and from the station area. And what we're trying to do is find sources of funding, and it's very difficult for some of the projects that are on their list. And one of the things we discovered recently was that now the estimate of the cost for replacing a sidewalk is $10 million per mile, which is a significant jump, apparently, in what that cost has been. Can you speak to that?
No, unfortunately, a lot of project specifics, I'd have to search for the answer and respond to you guys, but I do know that the county is, the transportation department is very devoted to increasing pedestrian and bike safety.
I understand
on our
that.
roads.
Can you please provide, could you go back and please provide us with some information about what the realistic costs are for doing things like new sidewalk replacements and for crosswalks?
Absolutely.
So that, you know, I mean, I have an opportunity, I've got you here, I can ask you this question, because it's important to getting a series of individual projects that are related to that metro station, getting them in design and underway and paid for in a reasonable amount of time. I mean, there are people over there who are saying you shouldn't approve this application until every one of those projects and priorities have been completed, not just, you know, in design or some funding identified, but actually funded, paid for, and done. And we can't do that. Code doesn't allow us to do that. But it's reflective of the community's concern about the pedestrian bicycle safety and the walkability and the accessibility in and around that metro station site that is going to go through a significant and important and kind of amazing transformation over the next 10 or 12 years. And so these are factors that make our lives much more difficult. And so if you could help us by, or help me anyway, by giving me some idea what FCDOT's view is on the costs and so on of some of those types of projects, I would appreciate it.
Certainly. I will respond with an answer.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Commissioner Carter?
Yes. To follow on that conversation, I'm concerned about the Silver Line and the Yellow Line, and pedestrians can't get there. We've spent $6.3 billion on the Silver Line, and at least in Reston, the 3 stations, it's extremely hard to get there. On the south side of the Wheelie Station, the access is on private property, and they do not allow the public to access that turnstile there. On the town center station, I was by there the other day. It's interesting to walk by as a pedestrian. There's 7 lanes of highway to cross, and I know Commissioner Lagana can get across in one cycle, but I'm not sure how many of the rest of us can get across in that one cycle. What? And when you get there, WMATA has wonderfully put their electrical transformer in the sidewalk, so that even if Commissioner Lagana can get there, if there's no sidewalk to get there, it's only about 80 feet long. So I think we really need to focus on that. Otherwise, we're going to be sacrificing all the money or not all the money, certainly some money that we have. And I appreciated the way you presented this. And rather than specific projects, the question is, do we have enough flexibility to solve some of these problems? And the private sector is going to have to help. That particularly that one, my favorite one, and Wheelie, they're going to have to open that up somehow, and they are in further development. So that would be one question I have. And then maybe our development review could focus on this a little bit. Some of these details have been lacking in that, and we've had a couple presentations from people in Tysons about that. And now perhaps a couple solutions might work. One, and I mentioned this earlier, the Build Back Better would be a real source of dollars, and I assume that many of these transportation projects would be applicable. So my question is, are we organized enough to really go after that money and be able to compete with all the other cities and towns and counties that are competing for this? And my second solution is our subdivision process. I think it's not what it needs to be in our metro station areas. We don't get enough land. And so when we build sidewalks, that there's not enough room, we're just kind of squeezing them in, maybe. And our subdivision process, my view, could be augmented quite a lot to get the proper amount of land so that you have enough room to build the sidewalk. And of course, we'd like the private sector to build the sidewalk in most of those situations, but we're just not getting enough land. And so particularly in the Silver Line stations, but also our normal subdivisions, we just don't get enough land, in my view, put the sidewalks and pay attention to the pedestrians the way we do. So there's not a lot of questions and all that, but hopefully there's enough money to fix the metro stations and other areas, because this is stacking up to be a super problem as we move along. And maybe there are some solutions there. The Build Back Better and the subdivision process might be helpful. So we should all think about that. Getting organized for Build Back Better and looking at those subdivisions to see if we can't get more land, I think would be useful. And then focusing, as the development review projects coming in, trying to correct these problems that we have at the metro stations. Similar one in the Huntington station that we just did. There's a pretty big road there, and so maybe not. We're not worried about Mr. Lagana getting across, but it's pretty good distance and quite a lot of traffic to negotiate that. Anyway, those are my comments for you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I can research some possible solutions and get back to you. I know for the Silver Line opening, the Fairfax Connector's routes did change in that area, so maybe more public outreach that can help people find better ways to get to those stations using the connector.
Great. Any other questions? Hearing none, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Look forward to getting the information back. And until then, we'll keep Commissioner Lagana from jumping over transformers and busy roads. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hey.
Mr. Chairman, I always use the crosswalk and signal, though.
We're very proud. We're glad. All right, next presentation, Major Jack Hurlock, please, from the Police Department. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairperson and members of the Planning Commission. I am Major Jack Hurlock with the Fairfax County Police Department, and with me today, I'm happy to say, is Director David Jett, the Director of our Facilities and Security for the Police Department. The first slide, please. The process of deciding when and how we look at capital improvement projects is an ongoing and evolving process. The Police Department embraces the analysis of data and other metrics with the launch of our Office of Data Analytics and Strategic Initiatives in 2021. Our goal is to ensure fair and effective policing through the collection, analysis, and sharing of statistical information. We use these same tools to identify where a police presence is needed based on population density, crime statistics, and urbanization projects. We have worked with subject matter experts on a redistricting project, changing the size of our patrol areas to make sure we have adequate police presence and appropriate response times for calls for service for all communities. The geography and access to various travel routes largely impacts these districts. Projects are also brought forward for consideration as a result of operational deficiencies which arise as our facilities age and systems reach their life cycle. Lastly, our planning process also takes into consideration co-location opportunities, community engagement, and equity. We listen to community requests for increased police presence and encourage stakeholders to participate in this process through outreach initiatives and steering committees. Fairfax County Police embraces community policing. While our officers utilize police cars as mobile offices, our stations provide important amenities and unique access for services to our community members. Stations house detectives, victim service advocates, crime prevention officers, in addition to providing public community rooms. It is important that access to these features is conveniently located throughout Fairfax County. We also weigh whether renovations or new construction can be made to ensure energy efficiencies and minimum environmental impacts. Our stations are often co-located with government offices or fire stations, and most recently we progressed to a project involving our co-location of a library, daycare center, senior center with the Kingstown Consolidated Facility. As you can see, overall, the police department's projects remain relatively unchanged from last year's presentation to the Planning Commission, with the exception of one critical need. The Criminal Justice Academy was added and is ranked as priority 2 versus the firearms range, which is now priority 3. In addition, we have added the Well Fit facility in coordination with the Fire and Rescue Department as our priority 6. The remaining projects continue to be a priority, with the police facilities securities upgrade still our top priority. The Mount Vernon District Station is moved up as priority 4 for co-location opportunities. It's recommended the bond year for the Tysons Urban Police Station, priority 5, be extended to 2030, followed by the West Springfield District Police Station, the Sully Police Station, and the Joint Police Department and Fire and Rescue Department's large vehicle storage facility. I will explain in detail these priorities in the following slides. As you know, a few years ago, a security assessment was completed on several of our older police facilities to ensure we are utilizing the most up-to-date security platforms for the safety of our public safety employees, our co-located government officials, and community members who use these facilities. The sites were assessed utilizing a tool containing 246 security factors based on Fairfax County security standards and industry best practices. They examined safety and security features on the perimeter, exterior, and interior of the facilities, including both physical and electronic security. The facilities examined were Fair Oaks, McLean, Mount Vernon, Reston, Sully, and West Springfield District Stations, along with the West Docks Animal Protection Police and Animal Shelter. While we are still working through a multi-phase plan to implement some, if not all, of these recommendations, it is important to note the majority of the recommendations would not be noticeable to the public and in no way are intended to deter engagement between our officers and our great community members. Recommendations include replacing existing gates, which have been unreliable, updating and enhancing security camera coverage, adding interior duress alarms in places such as our evidence packaging room, where an employee could potentially have a medical emergency due to an exposure of a hazardous substance such as fentanyl, and also ensuring the security monitoring systems are visible to staff only and adding lockdown capabilities to our facilities in the event of an internal or external threat. Next slide, please. The Criminal Justice Academy was acquired in 1983, and a 2018 bond referendum for capital renewal work for building systems was approved. Due to structural limitations and the high cost of maintaining the facility, the building envelope and upgraded systems will not meet current sustainability goals. The existing site is at capacity, and there's a significant new adjacent residential development. As a result, we are evaluating a combined new facility for the Criminal Justice Academy and the EVOC Canine Center at the driver's training site. The co-location of the Criminal Justice Academy and EVOC Canine Center at the driver's training site allows space program efficiencies and reduces the needed square footage. It enables the EVOC project to move forward and alleviates security concerns due to adequate adjacent residential development. This would cause no disruptions to operations at the existing academy and meets the county's energy efficiency goals. As you can see from the photographs provided, the firing range can only be described as deteriorating. Acoustic tiles were installed to absorb sound, rendering the range safe for employees by mitigating their chances of hearing loss. The tiles are deteriorating and falling down, creating a whole new hazard. In the summer of 2022, the Facilities Management Department engaged an A&E firm to perform a thorough assessment of the firing range. The summary recommendations included the replacement of cement fiber panels to a more durable polypropylene product, as well as upgrades to the roof, electrical, and lighting fixtures. It was determined that most of the structural elements could be reused after cleaning, prep, and application of protective coatings. The range is a critical component to our training operations and a high priority as a capital project. The Mount Vernon District Station has moved up on the priority list to take advantage of potential co-location opportunities with the Mount Vernon Fire Station and the Sherwood Regional Library. The Mount Vernon District Station was built in 1981 and renovated in 2003. However, it is in need of significant upgrades or replacement due to outdated building systems and infrastructure, to include roof upgrades, significant space layout inefficiencies, and separate secure areas from public spaces. The growth in the Tysons area is expected to double the police workload in the next 20 years, and efforts have been underway to locate a location for the Tysons Urban Police Station. We continue to pursue our options in this area. An opportunity did present itself through a partnership with the wastewater on a 3-acre site, of which 1 acre of land may be available for a potential police station. However, we just learned last week that the feasibility of a potential co-location with the pump station is less likely due to site constraints. The priority of this facility has also been adjusted to align with developer improvements of major roadways for improved site access. In addition, the bond was adjusted for other police department projects. It's important to note that the McLean Station and the current expansion of the Tysons Mall urban team space will give us flexibility to staff additional personnel in the Tysons area to account for future crime trends. Adjusting the priority of this facility will not affect our ability to police the Tysons area. Officers are assigned to patrol areas in the Tysons area no matter where they are housed. Officers actively patrol and answer calls for service while out in the field in their patrol areas and not from a station where they are assigned. This allows us to continue to explore additional locations in the Tysons area to ensure the best site for the Tysons Urban Station is selected for public safety and the community in our ever-important partnership. We would like to move forward with our future public safety bond referenda on the joint Fire and Rescue Department and PD well-fit facility, the West Springfield and Sully District Police Stations. These continue to be a priority for the police department due to facilities' overall age, condition of building systems, and now flawed layouts. Our business practices have changed with a greater need for alternative layouts to support enhancements in technology, evidence handling, chain of custody, forensics, and expansion of specialized staff. Additional staff have included more supervisors for better oversight of operations and positions like community engagement officers for enhanced outreach and building stronger communities. The department has introduced body-worn cameras, in-car video, interview room recording systems, forensic examination equipment, electronic ticketing systems, digital record management systems, and tasers since these stations were originally constructed and since they were last renovated. Our facilities need space to accommodate these additional tools that all have a digital interface. Even the battery chargers for our tasers are networked for firmware updates to log details on usage and to provide an alert for potential functionality problems. The stations now need properly powered and ventilated rooms to support the network systems needed for these tools, as well as chemicals used to process evidence. These are examples of updates needed beyond the security and technology updates that I previously mentioned. Many of these sites would benefit from some basic environmental design concepts to help create some concealment of parking and fueling stations with such things as berms and landscape. The large vehicle storage facility is the last item on our list. As you heard from my counterpart in the Fire and Rescue, we are utilizing space where the current lease will expire in 2025. The current space is nearing full capacity. There is also no security fencing around the current facility. We continue to pursue all options for consideration. It may be best to extend our current lease for now, but we do not want to rule out the possibilities of building a new facility, purchasing another existing space, or even consolidating the space with another county agency. We will continue to evaluate this project and provide more updates in the future. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Questions? Commissioner Bennett?
Thank you. Just a quick question. We've talked about co-location lot as part of kind of that planning process to handle multiple facility concerns. But you know, again, we just had the Department of Transportation presentation, and this just kind of occurred to me that I know that I'm not super familiar with all of the police stations in the county, but I'm familiar with where they are in the southern part of the county. Mm-hmm. And you know, I think about where the Franconia station currently is and where it's going to be located, and those are on major corridors. in those districts. And then you're going to be getting the Lorton police station down there, and that has also got a major corridor. But when I think about Mount Vernon, which is obviously a very important police station, it's co-located on Sherwood Hall, and that is not a major corridor for the, it looks like this station is in the center of the district, but when you think about where the activity tends to be, you guys have to get through Sherwood Hall to get onto Richmond Highway, or you have to get through Fordson Road to get to Richmond Highway. How does planning with the roads and how that might get addressed as far as improving the efficiencies for your department? Again, it was just more of something that came to me thinking that we just talked about transportation, and I'm thinking about some of the issues that I think probably do impact some of the response times for the Mount Vernon area, and just wanted to express those questions out loud.
A good question. The response times aren't affected by exactly where the station is located. The station is centrally located amongst all the patrol areas, which is ideal. But the officers, after roll call, they go to their patrol areas and are actually patrolling and being dispatched to calls for service from that area. So they don't have to worry about fighting the traffic light at Sherwood Hall Lane Route 1 to get to the call for service. So it's kind of different than the fire department, where they have the lights change green to get to their call. We're already out there in that area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Elfelder?
I just wanted to follow up on Tyson's. I mean, I understand your arguments. Can you tell me, is the crime rate in the Tyson's area and around the malls, is it increasing, decreasing, or is it staying level?
Yeah, based on our analysis of the crime data, and as you know, we use NIBRS to report our crime data to the Virginia State Police, which is ultimately reported to the FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigations. So Group A, which is the most serious offenses, is categorized by crimes against persons, crimes against property, and crimes against society. And when we look at Tyson's Corner, the crimes against persons in the last 6 years is relatively the same. It's increased a little bit. The 1 year in 2018, it was 111 victims of serious crime, and the crimes against person is rape, sex offenses, forcible or non-forcible homicide, or abduction. And
well, it would include carjackings and assaults against someone?
It includes assaults, the actual robberies, larcenies, frauds, fraud cases, destruction of property is all considered crimes against property. Crimes against property was flat completely. Crimes against person in 2018 was 111. To 2022, it was 123. So it was only an increase of about 12 crimes between those years, pre-COVID and the year after COVID. So it's been pretty flat, and each year it goes down, 10 up over 2 and down. So it's a little, it's a little.
It fluctuates a bit, but if you look at it across the board, it's sort of.
But if you look at crimes against society, we've had a drastic decrease in that. The legalization of marijuana and crimes against society would include weapons, drugs, prostitution. We had a drastic reduction in those offenses because of the legalization of marijuana. It almost decreased like 45%. So we're confident with what we've seen in the crime data that we're in a really good spot. And we had the expansion of the space at the Tyson's Corner Mall. We have 16 officers assigned there to work, and that we could put additional officers there. And also McLean Station has sufficient space that we can increase staffing there. I mean, if worse came to worse, Reston Station is a beautiful substation, and it's got tons of space, and you could take a Segway or a bicycle and easily get to the metro and ride down three stops, and you're there in the center of Tyson's Corner as another team to augment the patrol activities. So we have a lot of options available to us, but we're confident that we will find the right space and the best space for the community and for our needs moving forward.
And you know, my understanding is that the McLean Station is sort of the primary base for providing the support for the officers who are stationed at the mall, as well as for patrolling in and around Tyson's. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And I guess my question is, what I'd heard was that, you know, the police department as a whole is trying to deal with recruitment and filling vacant spots. And what I'd heard is that the McLean Station was down something like 60 staff, 60 persons. Is that correct?
I don't believe that's correct for 60-some at McLean Station. I think as a department as a whole, last week we were down 192 sworn positions.
Yeah, and I'm trying to see. I mean, on the one hand, we use McLean as the base for the patrolling in and around Tyson's, but McLean's police department, police station is experiencing a significant staff shortage, and I'm trying to see how the two work together, you know, and whether the continuing staff shortage will be a problem for them to cover Tyson's.
Yeah, I don't believe that it will be a problem. I think we have 31 recruits in the academy right now, and I believe our next academy class is supposed to be 60 recruits. So we're looking forward to getting those folks through the academy, getting trained, and being a part of a great team.
Well, then I'll ask one other question. What steps is the department taking in this sort of critical shortage of personnel? What steps is the department taking to try to recruit additional police officers and other personnel that they need to operate efficiently and effectively?
The department does many things in its recruitment efforts. You know, I know there's a program now where we're lateral transfers from officers from other states and other departments in our Commonwealth, and the academy sessions that they would go through is a lot shorter than if you were new to law enforcement and just joining Fairfax County. And that has gone through the Virginia Department of Criminal Justice Systems, has approved the lesson plans from other academies where we might get an officer that wants to transfer here and work for our department. Their training records go to DCJS, and they evaluate it and determine whether what categories that they've fulfilled, so it reduces their amount of time to get fully trained and be a part of our team. We do a lot of recruitment efforts with the military folks that are getting ready to leave the military to fulfill their duty. The military actually gives them opportunities to to meet with us, to meet with other departments, to fulfill their career as part of their program. So we've been successful in that regard too. And we're continually going out into our own Fairfax County community and trying to recruit kids. We have programs in the high schools, as you well know, trying to teach kids about law enforcement, public safety, and bringing them on as firefighters, police officers, and working in the juvenile justice system.
In the community college as well?
Yes, sir, we do.
What are you finding to be the biggest barrier or barriers to the recruitment of new officers?
Good question. I would probably have to get back to you on that one. I don't work in recruiting or personnel division, but the biggest obstacle is I would hate to even guess on that one, to be honest with you.
Is salary an obstacle?
Yeah, but we work it's in our heart to do this job. It isn't all that much pay, sir.
And I appreciate that very much. My father-in-law was in law enforcement. First, he was in the military and military police and so on, and then in law enforcement subsequently. And I appreciate that, and I'm just trying to find out where we're going and how we're getting there, and what steps we are taking, what steps we might be able to take in order to deal with this issue and to improve the overall
performance of the police department.
Yes,
Thank
sir. I know they're doing great steps and making great strides in getting us there.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Just to follow on Commissioner Rofelder's comments, has the campaign putting the information on how to join the force on the backs of cars, police cars, has that been successful?
I assume that it has.
I hope so,
I don't know the exact numbers, to be honest with you, but we have it on the back of our business cards. We we do a lot of things as far as out in social media, doing geocoding areas so that we can target, like New York City Police Department had a lot of folks leave, so we can do a lot of advertisement just in that area, recruiting folks to come to Great Fairfax County.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cortina?
So just quickly on this Criminal Justice Academy, I remember when that application came through for the townhouses and retail and whatever, and we pointed out that there's a criminal, academy here. Isn't this going to be a conflict? Oh no, I think this will be fine. It'll work out. And now I see that you're moving. So, did you already know that you were going to be thinking about moving when we approved that application, or did we force you out?
I don't believe so. I think it's just the state of the building, and
Okay.
I think the money that came in the 2018 bond, we just realized that it wasn't going to keep the building running.
Yeah, and to me, that really did not seem compatible to have new community moving in right next to an area where you would be training. And, it passed through the plan amendment phase to allow those things, but there are follow-on effects when we do that, and this is one of them. And so I think it's just sort of a cautionary tale about compatibility. Certain public uses blend right into a neighborhood, but maybe training for police operations and firing ranges are not one of them. I don't know.
I wouldn't mind living right next to a police station because you'd be safe. Who's going to break into your house?
Well, not any police station, but I mean,
So some
clearly
of those businesses at Tyson should come forward and proffer a space for us.
But I mean, the fact that you're leaving tells the story.
Yes.
So anyway, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a couple of questions, or one comment and one question. The new Mount Vernon Police facility and canine facility. I'm trying to remember, how long has that been on the books, and now to see it actually coming to fruition?
Which site?
Mount Vernon District areas down by the old Workhouse Art Center.
That was Mount Vernon Station was built in 1981. That's when an initial station was built, and it was renovated, I think, in 2003.
Well, I think that's the one farther along Route 1. I'm talking about the one off of Lord
North
Road.
Kings?
South County. Excuse me, South County. I can't call it Mount Vernon. South County.
Oh, South County building. I'm not sure the year that was built.
Martha, by any chance, do you recall? It's one of those projects that I think was on the books for quite a number of years, but that also followed population growth as well. So.
I'd have to look up when exactly it entered the
It's a great
CIP.
facility. For the services it provides to the community there is invaluable.
It's interesting to see how the need grows as population and other development grows. Quite simply. That was just one question. The thing I wanted to comment on was your presentation. And by that I mean we can look at page 3 of your slides and see your priorities.
Yes.
That's very helpful. Not every department can do that, but it's very helpful to see that because we know what you need and what you're recommending for this particular CIP's round. So,
yes, sir.
Much appreciated.
Team effort. So we appreciate the work that everybody does.
I appreciate it. Well, thank you. I just wanted to comment on that because that, as we look at what it is we're supposed to recommend in terms of priorities, that's very helpful.
Yes, sir.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next Presentation is from Jill Clark with Health and Human Services. There will be no more breaks for snacks, sorry.
Good evening. My name is Jill. Oh, thank you. Not wearing my heels tonight. Good evening. My name is Jill Clark. I'm with Neighborhood and Community Services, and I'm here to present to you the Health and Human Services CIP this evening. And so just want to quickly reiterate that, when you look at the work that we do, we are centered on ensuring that people in our community thrive. And so we serve the whole spectrum of, birth to, older adults. And so, but in looking at addressing root causes and, equity is also a major component, a foundation of the work that we do. And looking at using our resources, of course, judiciously and considering the return on investment and opportunity as well. And on the next slide, you'll see the HHS organization. And I want to just point it out that under the leadership of Deputy County Executive Chris Leonard, we have 8 county agencies, which include the Park Authority and libraries, as well as the traditional health and human services agencies. And what I think you'll find as we're opening new facilities, that there is, as you've heard from many presentations tonight, about co-location being such a huge priority. And I think that the organization, the way we're structured, lends itself to a lot of partnering in that regard. And so one of the things in alignment, of course, with the countywide strategic plan, there's one particular strategy about empowerment, and under the empowerment and support for residents facing vulnerability is access to services. And so that is something that we are, very much as we are in our planning process and looking at the future, is ensuring that we are able to, that the people who need our services or want to participate in our programming can easily access it. And so as part of that, the co-location, I think that, again, you heard that was a very common theme tonight, but I think that in particular for the population that Health and Human Services serves, who may have additional barriers, transportation, financial resources, et cetera, that co-location, it really is not just a convenience benefit for residents, but for our residents who are experiencing particular vulnerabilities, it really is allows them the ability to access as many services and programs as possible. And I think that the Lorton Community Center, it's the community center that has programming from children to older adults, but then and then also with the library, and then you also have the Lorton Community Action Center, so that serves residents who with emergency assistance needs, and especially with food assistance, and then there's also the parks and the playground, and so that's a great opportunity for someone who might need assistance and basic needs, but there's also the amenities available to, for them to access right at the same site. And so trying to reduce those barriers is really important. And then as we look at building design and service delivery, we, especially since the pandemic, we are relooking at the, some of the service delivery that we've been able to do. But we know that a lot of residents benefit from the in-person interactions, and so while we offer virtual programming opportunities for older adults, that for many, it can't replace going physically to a senior center to have that engagement and socialization. So, looking at that flexibility piece is very important as well. And so the 3 projects that we have on the schedule for the 2026 bond are early childhood facilities, the Springfield Community Resource Center, and then the renovation on the Tim Harmon campus. And I will talk in a little bit more detail on those. So with early childhood facilities, and I'm sure in the past several years, you all have heard our presentation and know that early childhood is a key priority, and it, advances the goals in terms of equity and just ensuring that all children in Fairfax County are ready for kindergarten, and so looking at opportunities there for that, and and that's another co-location opportunity. So we're looking at potential projects that are in the pipeline. If there's an opportunity to perhaps have a child care center in those projects. And so the second project we have on is for the Springfield Community Resource Center. And for those of you who are familiar with the Center Without Walls in the Springfield area, which has been a creative public-private partnership to provide programming by partnering with our faith community as well as our community nonprofits in the area. And so, but the ability to have a community center in that area, and looking at the benefits of co-location with other services and agencies, and to kind of capitalize on the success of our previous building openings that we've had recently. And so that is on the bond as well. And then the third project is the renovations on the Tim Harmon campus, which has 3 programs: Cornerstones, A New Beginning, and Fairfax Detox. And there's it's about 30 years old at this point, and it will address some of the facility needs, but as well as the change in the clients that they serve, and also to make sure that they are responsive to the service delivery and using best practices and research base, and that includes having independent living units on site to be able to help residents transition back to the community after their treatment. And then one future initiative that we wanted to put on your radar is the Joanne Jorgensen Health Laboratory. And it is the only local public health laboratory in the Commonwealth, and performs over 200,000 analytic tests each year, both clinical and environmental testing. And there has been some retrofitting that was done in renovations in 2010, and then during the pandemic there was temporary modular laboratory that was installed to expand testing capacity. And so there was a feasibility study that was conducted. We very recently received the results of that study, and luckily I have Jess Werder with the health department here to answer any questions you may have about that, as well as if you have questions regarding, I know earlier during the wastewater section, there were some questions about the surveillance testing and the partnership with the health department, so she can also address those if you want to ask any questions there as well. And that is all. And then I also am joined by Daryl Washington, the Executive Director of the Community Services Board, who can also answer any specific questions you have about the Tim Harmon campus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now since you've got all three of you here, we've got to come up with questions for all of them. But no, that was very thorough. I appreciate the presentation. Do I have
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Schuman.
So $50 million early childhood facilities. I mean, we always hear about the need for child care, so I'm assuming that's what that is. Is this for new construction? Is it renovation of existing facilities? What exactly is this? I mean, $50 million is a lot of, it's a lot. I mean, what does that cover?
So we have several projects in the pipeline that we anticipate putting early childhood into. So it would be enabling that to be in a future project. So just like we put early childhood in the original Mount Vernon facility, we put it in Kingstown, we're looking to put it in this facility here, the affordable housing at the government center. So there's several projects in the pipeline where we'd like to put it in, and this 50 million, you know, we're developing that list as we speak. So the 50 million would be
So that would be a contribution then?
So it would probably be a mixture.
HHS contribution to these buildings?
Yeah.
So it's actually a contribution to the budget of those design
Exactly.
construction of those buildings?
Yeah.
And I guess that would be the same for Springfield Community Center. Is that a new building, or is that in an existing building?
Yeah, that would be new.
Okay. And the same for the Tim Harmon campus. I mean, $46 million, is that new construction?
No, those are existing facilities, and there's actually 3 separate facilities on the campus. And I'm sure you can detail out what they all do, but it's one campus with 3 separate facilities, all of which are in need of renovation. So, and changing of, you know, the clientele that they're serving.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
I just from a comparative standpoint, you know, we're looking at Park Service talking about 50 or 60 million for Audrey Moore. I go there all the time. I know what it is. I mean, I see 3 buildings, or I see 2 buildings and 3 programs. You know, that's a pretty nice renovation for $46 million. So I guess I'd be curious, you know, what
Perhaps
what
I can
makes that up?
elaborate on that. So if you could pull up the slide, it's actually 3 different facilities, and in between, there's a vacant space where there'll be a new building erected. So if you look at the space, and then there's green space in between the buildings. So we'll both be rehabbing all 3 of those programs, as well as erecting a new building in between in that green space.
Well, I mean,
So it's going to
that
be a
makes
little
sense.
bit of
Okay.
both involved with that.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions? Commissioner Cortina?
Just quickly, last year I think I'd asked about this Springfield Community Resource Center, and you don't have a location for it this phase either. And are you going to do an equity look at that in terms of the placement of it?
So we are actually about to bring on a new Health and Human Services planner, and that position has been vacant for a little bit over a year, but I think that will be a project that they will certainly be involved with.
And they will be looking at it from that perspective, because it seems as though these community centers have just been, well, each supervisory district, each supervisor wants one. And wherever it goes, I'm not sure that there's always a methodology behind that. And the Springfield one in West Springfield, I mean, there's definitely some at need, but it's not like the downtown Springfield area would be. And so I question some of the placement, and I just hope that you'll, when you finally do pinpoint a location, that you'll use that lens to look at
Absolutely.
that. Thanks.
Thank you for that.
Commissioner Elfelder?
I just want to follow up on the question I asked the wastewater folks. It was about testing sewage for the presence of COVID. I guess they actually look for RNA that is related to COVID and so on as a tool for determining whether it's increasing or decreasing. I think right now it may be decreasing, but I mean, there are a lot of people who don't get tested. There are a lot of people who get COVID who actually don't display symptoms and so on, but they still can spread it. And so it's sometimes helpful for the community to know whether the the presence of the virus is increasing or decreasing, and what they can learn from sewage gives them an advance on whether it is increasing. What has the health department's position been on this?
Hi, Commissioner. Can you hear me okay? Jess Werder with the Health Department. I appreciate you repeating the question. It just so happens I've been here for 3 hours and stepped out for the 5 minutes when you asked it earlier, so I apologize. Right now, as it stands, there is actually a wastewater monitoring program for COVID in place, but it is a program that is a partnership between the Virginia Department of Health and the Department of Consolidated Laboratory Services at a state level. There is a site in Fairfax County that is a Sentinel site for surveillance. It is the Upper Occoquan Water Service Authority. So there are samples taken from that site in addition to several other sites in Northern Virginia, and they are monitored. You are correct. It is a RNA sequencing approach to monitoring levels of COVID. That information is shared throughout the Commonwealth with various health departments, ours included. We do not currently in our laboratory do that type of testing. But this is where I will, make a plug for the feasibility study that we've just gone through. Genetic sequencing and sequencing is something that is kind of at the forefront of public health laboratory technology. It is work that we're looking to bring on locally. We don't currently have the space to accommodate this type of testing. So it's not something we do in-house today, but we have a close partnership with the state, and that program remains active.
So how quickly do you all get results from the state program?
I would have to get back to you. I do know that we receive regular reports. I was just looking at one in preparation for answering the question. I can follow up and let you know with what frequency we receive those.
And what are they showing lately?
I will also have to just follow up. I haven't looked at the most recent ones, and I don't want to misstate it. And I'm not an epidemiologist, so I want to make sure that I can get you the most recent report. But we'd be happy to share that with the commission.
I'm just raising it because it is being used in a number of places. I know the Mayo Clinic has a program working with various localities, and apparently it's been very helpful to them in taking a closer look at what is really going on. Because, as I said, a lot of people don't get tested, some people don't show symptoms, and so on. And it gives a sort of an advanced look as to whether the levels are rising or not, and so that the community health department can then take further steps to help try to head off a surge. So, thank you.
Yeah, and I will note that it is an emerging technology. I think that there was a lot of applicability that folks realized during COVID. So it is something that is being, you are correct, it's being used nationally, and there's talk of using it, for other applications and other outbreaks.
Thank you.
Chairman Nadjelski-Eichner.
Thank you. This is a quick one. One of the hallmarks of a high-quality organization is what I call resiliency. And I wanted to take the opportunity with you to being here that when I look at the county as we've gone through, the county organization as it's gone through the pandemic and all its permutations, the health department stands out as just fundamentally just an asset that has saved lots of lives in this county, and by virtue of access and the professionalism with which you approach the whole COVID situation. So I just wanted to compliment the team, your team. I haven't had that opportunity before. Since I'm sitting here, I thought I might as well do that. But thank you so much for your good work. You're to be admired.
We appreciate that. There's a large number of staff to whom I think that that means a lot to hear from folks in the community that they've been of service. So thank you.
I have one question, thank you, and that's on the health laboratory proposal. It's listed as future initiative. Is that still within the prerogative of this current CIP process, or you're looking forward beyond that, or where does that fit into the overall plan?
It's not yet in the 5-year period, so we're trying to take care of the original priorities first.
Okay.
But we are looking at it and know that it's coming. And
Okay,
it could move into the
helpful.
5-year period.
That's, the priorities you listed are pretty significant, but it's nice, but I wanted to make sure I understood where the future initiative lies so that we know, but it's still an interesting and important future project. So just needed to make sure we knew whether it was in this current round or for the future. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Hearing none, I think thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our final presentation this evening, we've saved the easiest one for last.
Oh, yeah.
Fairfax County Public Schools. And you are not Jessica Gillis.
Not close.
But we appreciate you being here. Could you please introduce yourself for the record?
This is it. I got it, okay. Good evening. I'm Chuck Fanshaw. I'm the Interim Assistant Superintendent for Facilities and Transportation Services for Fairfax County Schools. I see it there, okay. Perfect. The Fairfax County Public School Capital Improvement Program annually reviews student membership and facilities data in order to identify capital projects such as new construction and or repurposing of schools, capacity enhancements such as modular or additions, renovations based on the existing renovation queue, and potential site acquisitions. The existing renovation queue was prepared and approved by the Fairfax County School Board in January of 2009. The current renovation queue is anticipated to have funding for planning and design by 2027 for planned bond referenda. The new renovation queue will need to be developed for future renovations. Newly identified needs are included in the estimated schedule of capital projects for the next 5 years, and the capital cash flow tracks the funding allocation for these projects. This flow chart shows the annual Fairfax County Public Schools CIP process and cycle. The CIP approach includes the development of a 5-year membership projection set, ongoing facility capacity evaluations, an annual update to the schedule of capital projects and funding, and a facilities management program. FCPS annually reviews program needs and future program locations, reviews and updates school boundaries, and throughout the year, staff continues to monitor membership impacts from new residential developments. Each of these elements is essential to the CIP, which has become focused on balancing a range of demands for capacity, the renovation schedule of school buildings, and effective facilities maintenance with a limited amount of available resources. The proposed CIP is typically presented to the Fairfax County School Board in December as new business, followed by a school board public hearing and a school board work session in January. The school board action is then scheduled in February. Following the school board action, the FCPS CIP is incorporated into the Fairfax County CIP. Additional details on the CIP process and elements can be found in the overview section of the Fairfax County Public Schools CIP. The COVID-19 pandemic has had an impact on the overall FCPS membership, resulting in a decline in membership from school year 1920 to school year 2023 of about 8,900 students. Although overall membership increased in school year 22-23 for the first time since the start of the pandemic, total membership decreased from 189,000 students in school year 19 to 20 to 180,151 students in school year 2020-21, a decrease of 8,000, just almost 8,900 students. The membership decreased to 178,595 students in school year 21-22, a decrease of another 1,500 students. The membership increased to 180,109 students in school year 22-23, an increase of about 1,500 students. Total membership is projected to increase to 180,683 students in school year 23-24, an increase of about 575 students. The membership is projected to decrease to 178,129 students in school year 27-28, a decrease of 1,980 students. Please note that the impacts of COVID-19 are uncertain until additional data is available and may affect the accuracy of the membership projections. With the recent decline and ongoing changes in membership, it is important to highlight that projections are updated annually in the CIP to reflect changing conditions. Funding for capital projects included in the CIP includes the general obligation bond as voted on by residents in the biannual school bond referendum. The annual limit for general obligation bond funding has increased over time. We thank Fairfax County and the Board of Supervisors for their continued partnership, which resulted in increased funding to support FCPS capital projects. The most recent increase resulted in an annual allocation of $205 million per year.
Even with the upcoming increase to $230 million per year in FY25, the funding is still insufficient to renovate the schools in accordance with industry standards and the school board's current policy. As a result of escalation in the construction industry, FCPS continues to monitor these costs as they relate to FCPS capital projects. The total 5-year funding requirement is approximately $1.4 billion, of which $470 million, or 33%, is funded by bonds, and about $935 million is unfunded. I also show the 10-year projection requirement of about $2 billion, with approximately $514 million funded, with $1.5 billion unfunded. This slide summarizes the capital projects identified in the capital construction cash flow. Within the next 5 years, these include new construction and/or repurposing of Dunn-Loring and Silverline Elementary Schools, capacity enhancement at Justice High School and the relocation of 2 modular buildings, and the renovation of 25 buildings, including 25 elementary, 2 middle, and 2 high schools. Within the next 10 years, the capital projects are new construction and/or repurposing of Western High School, Route 1 Elementary School, Pinewood Lakes, Pemmon Hills, and Virginia Hills, relocation of an additional 3 modular buildings, and the site acquisition for the Western High School. The FY24 to 28 capital construction cash flow includes a total of 39 capital projects. Of these projects, 9 are funded, 11 are partially funded, and 19 are unfunded. The 7 new construction projects include 2 funded projects, the future Dunn-Loring Elementary School and the Route 1 Elementary School, Pinewood Lakes. 1 partially funded project, the future Silverline Elementary School. 4 unfunded projects, the future Western High School, location to be determined, and 3 new and/or repurposed schools. The 6 capacity enhancements, or additions, projects include 1 funded project, Justice High School, 5 unfunded projects, and modular relocations, the locations to be determined. The 25 renovation projects include 7 funded projects, which are 6 elementary and 1 high school. The 8 partially funded projects are 7 elementary schools and 1 high school, and the 10 unfunded projects are 8 elementary schools and 2 middle schools. The site acquisition project is partially funded for the future Western High School location. And that's my presentation. I'm ready for your questions, and will attempt to answer them to the best of my ability.
Questions? Commissioner Nadjelski-Eichner.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Farnsworth. That was very informative. Where did the students go? Those that left the school system?
That's a great question, and some moved out of the area. I think that's some of it. I don't. My limited knowledge on the numbers are I know what they are, but I don't know the background behind it. I could always get you some additional information as to what we project where people went to.
I would think that might inform your future projections if we understood, if the school system understood whether those students might come back or those families might come back into the system.
Understand, and I think that's something the folks in my facilities planning section study all the time. I accuse them of having a little crystal ball in the back where they try to figure out the numbers and what they really mean as we see people moving in and out.
Yeah, and we've had the opportunity to work with them pretty extensively with our schools committee, and very impressive group. Very difficult challenge that they have to do that kind of, and always kind of in a hot seat because no one really trusts the numbers that they project. I mean, they're always subject to question. Particularly if a high school, for example, is overcrowded and the estimate comes in that shows something less than what the surrounding community believes is right, then the people who are on the hot seat are the ones who are doing the projection.
Right, and I think overall our numbers, the accuracy is very high, but sometimes the individual numbers can vary a little bit more.
Yeah. Is there a geographic distribution, Dev? I'm maybe asking another question that your staff could have to add, but is in terms of the students who were lost from the system for whatever reason, was there any geographic distribution of that loss?
I'm sure there is, and I'm sure my folks have that and have tracked what the areas were.
That would be helpful.
Okay.
But in terms of this 5-year capital program as approved by your board, it represents your best thinking in terms of what your facility requirements are, and also, I mean, it's really, again, it's distressing, consistently distressing over time that there's such a deficit in our ability to fully meet, even partially funding 8 elementary schools or not funding 8 elementary schools and so on. That's a little bit distressing, not a little bit, it's a lot distressing, but it's the historical pattern, and that I know the school system has had to live with for a long time. That said, Ms. Reed was instrumental in helping bring additional resources into the schools for capital projects, and my colleague Commissioner Sargent and I both participated in that process and appreciated the level of effort the staff put into figuring out how to make that happen.
And I think the addition of the sinking fund contribution now to us is critical for us to start to dig ourselves out of our backlog for maintenance and repair.
Yeah.
So, I mean, any additional amount is important, especially as we recraft, with our next renovation queue and the methodology of how we look at that, and maybe look at that differently as to how we tackle some of the capital asset renewal program. I think it's similar to your infrastructure program. I think we're looking for a similar type thing. You have to do something between, the last renovation and the next renovation, which could be 37 or more years out, to take care of those major systems that just don't last that long.
And the last thing is just a comment. We had the benefit of having one of our elementary schools in Providence District go through the cycle of go through our entitlement process. And one of the things that we've had a regular flow of conversation with the school system about is engaging the public, not just the PTA, but the broader community. And I would say that the Mosaic Elementary School experience that I went through with your staff was outstanding. And it was reflected in the kind of limited, very little commentary that came to us and no commentary that came to the board relative to that renewal. And I think that's a testament to your staff's effort. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate those comments.
I had a couple questions. On the construction cash flow summary, obviously you've listed 6 capacity enhancements. Is that based on student population growth for those particular areas, or just the needs, their physical needs of the facility, or what are those based on?
So the capacity enhancements, whether it be a modular relocation or an addition, are capacity driven. So and I think the ones that we're looking at, it's the one that's funded is the Justice High School project. So that's a regular standard addition to a school.
So there is student growth, population growth.
There is growth, yes.
Okay, that's what I was kind of getting at.
Sorry.
Well, we're looking at a drop in overall attendance or student population, but you still have those ongoing needs, because we've heard quite a bit about Justice High School recently in some of the presentations here on 2232s and things like that. But to your point, you still have those capacity projects going forward.
That's correct.
Go ahead.
No, and sometimes it's in addition to student growth, it's program growth. So that usually is a bigger driver, is that additional programs or offerings need to be made, and we need to provide space for those.
Got it. The partially funded acquisition project, is that, it's obviously on the books for this CIP, but Is it in a particular area of the county or one to be identified, or?
So it's the western site, and it's, we're going to have to look at probably our strategy of how we're using our space, what we have available, because finding a sufficiently large site for a high school, a traditional high school in the western part of the county is not, I don't know where it is, and it's hiding very well if it is out there.
This is a post-COVID question, but I remember the facilities had been looking, some time ago now, I don't know where it is at this point, had been looking at remote facilities where you could congregate a student body of sorts, utilizing one teacher, one facilities type thing. What's the status of that? And does that present any opportunities for the future?
So I think, and I'll preface my comment by saying I'm not on the instructional side. So this is the engineer's view of sitting in meetings and listening to what is being discussed. The ability for us to reach more students with more varied programs can be leveraged with the technology as you describe. And I know that's something that we're looking at now. In discussions in my short time here, I've heard that as ongoing. So I look at that as another tool for us to be able to get offerings to students who may not have been able to get them before. So I know there'll be more to come on that. And I think as our new strategic plan rolls out later this spring, I think it'll help align all of our efforts really to supporting that new strategic plan.
It seems like within facilities of FCPS, that idea has germinated and continues to grow to look for opportunities, but that's nice to know. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cortina?
Just quickly. First of all, thank you for the excellent education that, my son has received through this program. I mean, he graduated and what he was able to take at his school was amazing. And it was really beyond some of the early college stuff. So it's just remarkable. And that's what we mean by program, being able to take some of these advanced classes and whatever language. There's so much now. And some of the older schools don't have that capacity. But the question about relative to the budget is this partially funded language. I think in previous bond presentations, if something was partially funded, it might be that the design is funded, but you have to do the same thing that the parks were saying where, okay, we can put the design in this bond and move this project forward, and then the next bond cycle, we fund XYZ. So that's the type of situation.
That's exactly what's going on is when we say partially funded, for the most part, that means its design is funded. And then we're cash flowing.
It's on track.
It's on track.
It's just going to be it can't all be done in one.
I can't do it all at once because
which is what we heard.
Yes.
It's consistent. It's how much cash you've got, how many bonds can be sold.
Correct. That's right. And that's the limiting factor.
That's the limiting,
I have more projects than I have money available to spend.
Yeah. Even with approval by the voters, you still can't sell more bonds than we have the ability to pay for.
Correct.
In any given year with our taxes, et cetera, et cetera. The debt obligation, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? One more. Commissioner Najolski-Agner?
I had meant to raise this, and I had asked Ms. Reed about it, and I didn't have it on my list. But the matter of, so post-COVID context, what we learned by our experience through COVID is that the airflow through our buildings does matter. With this building, all the public, but in particular the schools. As I remember asking last year about the investment that the schools are making in or have made in the HVAC systems to assure a cleaner air supply throughout the school day. Has that type of project been completed, or is it still ongoing?
So I would say, we're never done upgrading and improving our systems because they continue to want to wear out for some reason. So, but thanks for the opportunity. I mean, we have 220 facilities and about over 27 million square feet. So one of the things that we did early in COVID was a complete system review, and which took weeks. But since everything was shut down, we had the time that we could do it so that we could learn what we have and where we have. We have nearly 37,000 pieces of HVAC equipment in our schools. That's 5,000 different types of HVAC equipment, and there are 40,000 air filters in the schools. So that's there's a lot. There's plenty of work to be done, and of those 40,000, there's 800 different sizes or different types.
It's a lot of trips to Home Depot.
There's a lot of yeah. We're a good customer to the filter people. But to your point, part of that evaluation as we went through is looking at the recommendations, the designs of the building. Are they doing what they're supposed to? And what we learned is as much outdoor air as possible is really where we're trying to get in our systems. And are they providing that? And we did determine that almost everywhere across the board we were providing more than the 100% air change per hour. We've also incorporated into our standard design that each classroom, as we renovate, we have an operable window, so they still have that opportunity to provide outside air in addition to what the system is providing. We've also been able to introduce CO2 monitoring in our rooms now. I was on a tour of a new renovated space this past weekend, and we were able to see in the larger rooms like this would have a CO2 monitor. If for some reason the CO2 was building up, it would signal the system to provide more outside air. And lastly, we've received used about $29 million of ESSER funds to replace some of our HVAC systems. So wherever we can, we work to get better. But thanks, I appreciate that question.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Ohlfelder.
Yes, I want to ask a question about schools in Tysons. Tysons is starting to grow more rapidly towards its goal, I think, of 100,000 residents. And the school population is growing. There are no public schools in Tysons. If you're a student who lives in Tysons, you go somewhere else. You go to McLean High School, or you go to Marshall High School, or you go to, I think, maybe Cooper Middle, and I don't know, is it Longfellow? I don't know. And you go to Spring Hill Elementary and some of the other elementary schools. Do we know right now how many students are living in Tysons who are attending schools outside of Tysons?
So I'm probably the last person you should ask that question to.
I know, but you're here representing.
However,
wait a minute.
I absolutely understand that, and I know the people who do have that. My folks do have that information. I could try to flip through the book here and find it.
Well,
I can also get you.
Don't do that. I understand you're the engineer, and I understand that, and but you are here representing the schools,
right?
And would you take that question back?
Absolutely,
and
absolutely.
Get me an answer.
Sure.
And if it's possible to break it down between high school, middle school, and elementary school, I get questions all the time from folks living in Drainsville, particularly, McLean High School is over capacity and things like that, and they're saying, well, how many of these students are people who live somewhere else where they need their own school? And so that's the genesis of that question. Second of all, I see in the CIP that the construction of a Tysons Elementary School is now in a 10-year time frame. And so that we're faced with another 10 years or so before we're going to see a separate elementary school that would serve Tysons, and I'm trying to find out, what is the expected number of additional students coming from Tysons who would be attending that school, so that And what I'm trying to do is also get a sort of a timeline on when it makes sense to be proceeding with planning and designing and then constructing a new elementary school in Tysons. There is a site in Tysons for an elementary school, and a little bit tight, but there's a site. And so it's not a question of land acquisition. And so I'm trying to get a good handle on this and what the steps are that the school board, the public schools are going through to look, and we've been talking about some of the planning questions and how you estimate accurately the numbers of students coming into the future. And I know the school system looks 5 years, and I know they have been considering other approaches that could take a longer look down the road in terms of the number of students from certain areas. And so I need a little bit of help on understanding what the future holds, both in the next 5 to 10 years in terms of numbers and how that factors into the school board's thinking about a new Tysons Elementary School. And then eventually, you know, I mean, kids who are in elementary school go to middle school, and middle schoolers go to high school, and hopefully, and so at some point we're going to need to address those. I, for example, have suggested that Tysons would be an ideal location for a performing arts high school, you know, something like that, and so on, something that's specialized that would then draw from the broader areas within the county, and it's right there with mass transit and everything. That's a possibility. So I'm just a little concerned that we're not as focused on the fact that the population is growing there and that the student numbers are growing there and how rapidly and how soon we really need to address schools in Tysons for people who live in Tysons.
I can absolutely have, I mean, we'll dig this information up and I can get it to you, and if you want, I can have my planning folks sit with you and go through what their methodology is on their 5, and I know that, you know, with one eye covered, they're looking at 10 years as well.
Right.
So
They are, yeah, and that's reflected in your material, is that they're taking a 10-year look. And I know the Western High School is an issue, and I know the issue there is where and how do you get it? I mean, do we have to go out and pay somebody for their farmland, or do we have to can we work with developers? I mean, we did get a developer out there to provide a spot for an elementary school.
Yes.
It hasn't been built.
No.
And so on. So, but as those developments, because there's a lot of new residential that's starting to go in there, and there's a lot of people applying to take sites that were to higher density residential, and so we're going to expect more kids in the near future, and we need to meet that need.
thank you, and I'm happy to have the discussion with you as we walk through this.
Thank you.
Point of order. Yeah, just quickly, Mr. Chairman, the Dunn-Loring Elementary School, that's your number one priority. As I was reading your charts, right? Well, that Dunn-Loring is intended to address some of the capacity requirements from
It is a relief school for the Tysons area.
Tysons.
Yep.
Marshall High School has capacity. It's recently been renovated.
Yes,
it does
I know.
have capacity. And the middle schools, I think, that would serve those students also have some capacity. But I too would appreciate how many students do we have in Tysons? What are their grade levels? And how does staff feel that? At what point does staff feel that capacities have reached their point where we have to have new buildings inside Tysons itself?
And I'm happy to get that information to you. And again, same offer, we can sit down and go through it with you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
We appreciated all the information and presentation, and thank you for answering.
Well, thank
our
you. I
questions.
appreciate it.
This concludes tonight's Public Planning Commission CIP workshop. I'd like to thank all of the presenters who were here this evening. Martha Reed and your colleagues and staff, thank you again for wonderful, thorough presentation. You've kept us going and got us informed and organized as we move forward with the process. We'd like to thank everybody there for the leadership during tonight's meeting. And just a reminder that our next Planning Commission CIP meeting is the CIP Committee meeting on March 16th. So thank you very much, and I hand it back to Chairman Najelski-Eichner.
Fine. This is also a public hearing, and there's no one signed up to speak either here in the auditorium, or is there anyone on the phone?
There is no one on the phone. We have no callers.
Let me go call.
I'll give you a donut if you don't.
Let's fulfill our mission.
Are they still awake?
Seeing no speakers here or on the phone, the public hearing is closed, and there's no motion before us this evening. So this public workshop and public hearing is closed, and it's at 11:30?
11:32.
11:32.
But who's counting?
And thank you, and everybody, thank you for
Thank you very much.
for all the work you've done that led us to this point and will get us to the final stage. Thank you. Meeting's closed.